Please be seated. The continuation of the 12th sitting has now convened. Let me say good morning to all honorable members and my humble apologies to the public for our late start. Before I invite the Honorable Premier to move his motion, I'm going to call on Madam Clerk to swear in Ms. Joanne Roberts to act as the Attorney General.
I can make a motion for that.
Oh, okay. Before the clerk, I call on the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the walls of this Hollow House to move a motion and have it as number 4 now on the section where we are to have the administration of oaths swear in the Attorney General who will be acting at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move the motion as number 4 now on the order paper in the section where we are now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded to administer the oath to the acting Attorney General. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law.
Thank you. You may take your seat in the well of the chambers, Madam Acting Attorney General. I call upon the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move some other motions, Mr. Speaker, and I will need to crave the indulgence of the Honorable House as I move the motions. Mr. Speaker, we just had to insert as number 4. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move a motion to ask the House to allow the introduction and first reading as number 5, the Water and Sewerage Authority Act 2021 by the Minister of Transportation and Works, and to allow for number 6, which will be the Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021, that will fall as number 6. Mr. Speaker, I move that number 7 and number 8 remain the same. And Mr. Speaker, I move the motion to be added also of number 9 being the exempting speaker from paying legal fees to the courts. And Mr. Speaker, I move that number 10 now be the suspension of the standing orders for number 10 for the Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021, and that will also be 11, the Public Amendment Act, which will allow for the 2 readings of the bill. So that'll be 11 and 12. I mean 10 and 11, sorry. And now number 12, in terms of cleaning up the balance items, number 12 now, Mr. Speaker, would be back to the Procurement Act 2021. Number 13 will be Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. Number 14 will now be the Liquor License Act 2019. Number 15 will be the Business Licensing Act 2020. Number 16 will be the Police Act 2019. Number 17 will be the Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021. And then, Mr. Speaker, the rest would remain the same, which would be moved right into private members' business with a question and answers. That will remain the same as is. That was amended prior. And we will go straight from there, Mr. Speaker, following the order paper as set out, Mr. Speaker, and we will go straight into the next one, which will be statement by ministers, other business, and adjournment. So, Mr. Speaker, if you would like, I would go over them, but if you would like me to go over them? Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. We just moved number 4, which was administration of oaths to swear in the acting Attorney General, who is now the Attorney General, until the substantive hold of the post returns. So now we move into number 5, which will allow for introduction and first reading of 2 bills to be placed on the paper, which is Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021, to be moved, the first reading by the Minister of Transportation and Works, Honorable Kai Rema. And number 6, the Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021, to be read as being the premier. That's number 6. Number 7 remains the same on the other paper as is. Number 8 remains the same on the other paper as is. Number 9 now will be the exempting the speaker from the motion for exempting the speaker from paying legal fees to the courts. And they will now move towards the suspension of standing orders. Number 10, the second reading, Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. The third reading, second and third reading, which will be 11, Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. Those will be number 10 and 11. And then we will move now, Mr. Speaker, to go back to number 12, which will be the Public Procurement Act 2021. Number 13 will be Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. And number 14 will be the Liquor License Act 2019. And then we will move into number 15, which will be the Business Licensing Act 2020. And number 16, the Police Act 2019. And number 17, Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021. And then after that, we go into the questions and answers with private members' business, and that will remain as is. And after that will be statement by ministers and other business and adjournment. So, Mr. Speaker, I move all those motions, Mr. Speaker. So I hear so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Okay, the delay was because of the mic situation. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is to amend the order of the day, and Roman numeral 5 will be the new Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021. The new Roman numeral 6 will be Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. The item number 7 and 8 stays as is, resolution on Honorable Smith. Item number 9, added, a resolution on the Speaker. Item number 10, new Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. 11, Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. Then Roman numeral 12 will be the Public Procurement Act 2021. Roman numeral 13, Integrity in Public Life Act. Roman numeral 14, the Liquor License Act 2020. Roman numeral 16 will now become the Police Act, and Roman numeral 17 will become the Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021. And I'm being told that I miss Roman numeral 15, which is the Business Licensing Act 2020. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so amended. The member for the 4th District.
Another point of order information. There's been some major amendments here. I just wish we could get a new copy sometime during the day so that we can follow it, as I believe this meeting may go for quite some time. So, no point to delay it now, but sometime during the day we can have a new order paper. It'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Member for the 4th, I totally agree. Maybe when we take our first break, the staff will get us a new order of the day that reflects the number of changes made to the order of the day. With that said, I call upon the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, standing in my name shortly, entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021.
To second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave be introduced. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Amendment Authority Act 2021 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly, entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act be now read a first time.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business. The Public Holidays Amendment, is it the Premier or is it the Deputy Premier? The Deputy Premier?
No, that's right.
That's your, okay.
So, I don't do it. I don't do it. I don't do it. What was you want? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction of first reading of the bill entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill shortly entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021 be now read for a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's business. And for the record, let the record reflect that the Deputy Speaker has vacated the room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 67(3) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Orders 2007 UK SI 2007 number 1678 provides that subject to subsection 7, an elected member of the House of Assembly shall vacate his or her seat if the member becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for an account of the public service, or if any firm in which the member is or becomes a partner, or a company of which the member is or becomes a director or manager becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. Whereas Section 67(7) provides that if in the circumstances it appears just to do so, the House of Assembly may exempt an elected member from vacating his or her seat under subsection 3E if the member before becoming a party to a contract or before or as soon as practical after by virtue of being a partner in a firm or director or manager in a company which has a contract with the government discloses to the House of Assembly the nature of the contract and his or her interest in the firm or company involved in the contract. Whereas the Honorable Neville Smith is an elected member of the House of Assembly. Whereas the Honorable Neville Smith is a Director of Caribbean Security Limited, whose registered office address is located at Carrymore Chambers, Rotown, Tortola, British Virgin Islands, and which company provides security services and related systems installation. Whereas the company is desirous of providing services to the government of the Virgin Islands for the installation of access control, video surveillance, and burglar alarm in the Ministry of Finance, and additional installation including building-wide fire system at RFG Place, Rotown, Tortola, British Virgin Islands for the total contract sum of $87,013. By virtue of being Director of Caribbean Security Limited, the Honorable Member has disclosed his desire to provide the aforementioned services to the government. Whereas this resolution is a request by the Honorable Member of the House of Assembly and to exempt the Honorable Member from vacating the House of Assembly. And whereas the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, the Premier Minister of Finance, has by motion moved the House of Assembly to exempt the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands exempts the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I so move, and before I take my seat, let me clearly state that this motion, Mr. Speaker, it supersedes the other one which will be coming, but this work, Mr. Speaker, was fully tendered. The full competitive bids were sought, and it was involved all the transparency and accountability. And Mr. Speaker, the winning tender without any assistance, without any abuse of office, without any involvement at all of the member or any member thereof wrong him has been his company, which he has been doing this work for more than 25 years. And may I add, he's only 32 months into the government and has been bidding on government contracts for the same 25 years. Mr. Speaker, If members are ministers, that, Mr. Speaker, definitely would raise a red flag. But opposition members and backbenchers, Mr. Speaker, have more of a leeway if they were in businesses for quite a long time to do bidding in a transparent manner. Mr. Speaker, it is something that we have to make to be able to speak about, because there's a notion that once you get into politics that you have to drop, or seeming like you have to drop, all your businesses that you are already involved in and just make sure that you tend to the political stratosphere, because there's a notion that once you get into politics that you come into a lot of money as elected officials. So while you're there to serve, and serve you must, and you're there to attend to the people's needs. But Mr. Speaker, at the same time also, how do you let your employees and all of them that you have fall by the wayside in your family businesses if you become elected, especially not being a minister? Being a minister, I would understand that you have some more tough decisions to make with whether to hold on to the business or how you're going to go about it. That's become even more tough. But those areas we're addressing through making sure that we come up with a unit in the cabinet to be able to address these matters if you're a minister and how to go about them. And also, we're addressing them through integrity in public life. We're addressing them through some other good governance legislation. And also to take a second look at this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt in our mind that this became a subject of the COI. And I will speak to that more when I'm rounding up, because at the end of the day, persons must understand in the law that there are three distinct arms in this country that are independent from interference. There's the judiciary, which no one can tell the judiciary how to govern the courts. Not even the governor, not even the premier. It is independent. Justice must be seen as being fair, and no one can interfere with the courts. The only thing that the governor does, since there would be an entity under him, would be to make sure their well-being, the structures, if they need some staffing, but not to dictate what's happening with the judiciary. Then you have the executive arm, which is the cabinet arm. So that also has an independent arm to it. None of these arms are exempted from good governance, from ensuring due diligence, and also ensuring persons' basic rights and that natural justice are not lost. None. Although some may seem so, none. And then with the executive arm, that's the cabinet with the ministers. And then you have the legislative arm, which is this arm here right now where we are in with all 13 of us. And Mr. Speaker, there are laws that you have to adhere to, that you must make sure that it governs how the bodies function. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, really and truly, that persons could challenge anything in court. But there's an independence with each of these bodies where there's a litmus test that must be passed before those matters even have an opportunity to see the light of the day in terms of challenges in court. But Mr. Speaker, we have seen lately where persons have set up entities that are trying to make decisions for all these bodies, which is unconstitutional, and, Mr. Speaker, outside the remit of the laws of the territory overall. Mr. Speaker, we want to state clearly that in a case like even will backbenchers and opposition members, you notice when you're signing up, but just to give persons a backdrop of what I'm saying, there's a significant salary difference between a minister and the backbenchers and oppositions whose salary be the same. And eventually, as we do the constitutional review, I will promote that the salaries be even for all legislators, so that whether you're a minister or not, the salaries are even. That's not something that we were the ones who implemented, but it's something with time or during the constitutional review and other reviews that we'll have to make sure that we do that. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? The basic salary of a backbencher and opposition member is $36,000 per annum. And when you add on all the perks, as we call them, but you know, with the different allowances, then is when it may come up to something around 99,000. Yeah, 99,216, I think it is $99,216. But Mr. Speaker, early on, we recognize that when you retire or you are retired by the public, before you had no access at all to your retirement, reflecting the allowances that you were receiving, only for the $36,000. And that is even below most, about say 80% of the salaries in the public service. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. So those are areas that lends itself for persons who have been in business for so many years getting into politics, Mr. Speaker, as long as they do not use their office to influence contracts, which is not the case here, and use their office to influence any kind of work from government, then, Mr. Speaker, once it's done in a transparent manner, the question is, do you apply, given that it's in your field, or do you let your business dwindle and have to send home your employees and shut down the business? And if you end back out of politics, well, what do you have? The main thing here is how do you make sure, and not how, but to make sure that transparency and accountability remains the order of the day. Now, Mr. Speaker, this particular item, like I said, this was full competitive bidding. And all the gamuts of transparency were done with how they were opened, how they were dealt with, and the member was not done any favors. None, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the depth of the rest of what was discussed in other forums, in the wrap-up, I will get to those as I listen to the debate, because we have to maintain a good governance in this House, but we also have to maintain the independence of the House. We have to maintain the independence of the judiciary. We have to maintain the independence of the executive arm. It cannot be existing depending on who wants to interfere and claim that they're interfering to bring good governance. It cannot be that. It has to be that if suggestions are needed, forward them to the House, and the House is well equipped to govern itself, and it is so all throughout the entire world. So, Mr. Speaker, I move this motion, and also I open the floor, as you would do, rightfully, for the debate. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my right to speak in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member, I recognize the Honourable Mark H. Vanterpool, the member from the 4th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these days are some trying times. We are perhaps in the middle of our beloved country, whether we are whether we are determining it or not, we're in the middle of a determination of where we are going as a country. There's some troubling matters. But in the midst of all of it, if principles are broken down and rules are not adhered to, then we come to a situation that is untenable, and the country therefore suffers in the end. Whatever the circumstances are, Mr. Speaker, that may surround such a motion for exemption from vacating the House, whatever those circumstances are, is one thing. Whatever the timing of that request is also another thing, Mr. Speaker, which have to be considered. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I consider it one of my responsibilities, as all 13 of us in the House here should consider it, to ensure that the integrity of our country is maintained, and that good governance is maintained. And that's a word that is very, very popular these days. And it's an important word. And when we speak of it, Mr. Speaker, good governance must not be considered in one light and not in another. Good governance should be good governance regardless, and making sure that we follow the rules. Mr. Speaker, the most important document that governs our country is the statutory instrument, Caribbean and North Atlantic Territories, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, made on the 13th of June 2007, laid before the United Kingdom Parliament on the 14th of June 2007, and it's come into force in accordance with Section 1(2) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this Constitution is what governs, speaking of good governance, governs our territory. And there are a number of sections in it that are important. One of the sections that are very important to us, Mr. Speaker, is one where there are 3 branches of government, as was earlier pointed out by the Premier. One is the legislative branch, which is expected to be, which without it, maybe no other branches may exist. Perhaps not. But the legislative branch is described in the Constitution as how we should act, how we should behave, and how it should be managed. And at the end of the day, a standing order instrument guides us as to how the House of Assembly should operate. There's also the executive branch, which is governed and operated through the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands. Used to be called the Executive Council, now it's the Cabinet. In most of the countries, the Cabinet constituting ministers of government direct the executive operation of the government. There's a cabinet in the United Kingdom, and they meet regularly. There's a House of Commons and the House of Lords constituting their legislative branch. And then, like in every other country, mostly, there is a judiciary branch, which we have here in the Virgin Islands, and which is also made up in the United Kingdom and throughout the Caribbean and elsewhere, where the judiciary branch is made up of the courts and all the other aspects of it, the DPP and magistrates and so on. And then you have right up to appeals, up to the Court of Appeals, High Court, the Court of Appeals, and up to the Privy Council. Similar in other countries, in the United States and elsewhere, where you have the courts, the Court of Appeals, right up to the Supreme Court. So, and that branch, even in the United States and the United Kingdom, is not to be interfered with by the legislative branch or the House of Assembly, and vice versa, where that branch, the judiciary, does not interfere with the House of Assembly matters, and the cabinet, which has its jurisdiction in any country, like in the Virgin Islands, the cabinet, at the end of the day, matters of executive operations they can carry out, but they must get license at the end of the day from the House of Assembly in many ways, or at least report to the House of Assembly, in many cases, through what we call a negative resolution. I went to that little extent there, Mr. Speaker, to say that the House of Assembly, through the Constitution, its roles are sacrosanct to the House. Its operation is sacrosanct to the House of Assembly. Unless the powers that are authorized in the Constitution to the governor to disband the House, as long as the House is constituted and elected, then the House operates independently. It is members of the House, Mr. Speaker, who are authorized to make or change standing orders as to how they should be governed. No one else does. The members of the House form a standing orders committee, and standing orders are amended or created by members of the House as to how they operate. Of course, Mr. Speaker, they have to operate within the confines and the rules that are stipulated in the Constitution. But the general operation of the House is dictated by the standing orders that are made up by members of the House. I want us to just put an underline, Mr. Speaker, under the word or the terminology members, and in fact, as you said, Mr. Speaker, elected members of the House. Elected members of the House. And like I said earlier, whatever circumstances there may be around a member asking for an exemption, or whatever issues there may be, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it comes down to the 13 elected members of the House making a determination, no one else. No one else can dictate what happens in this case, Mr. Speaker. And I will expound on it a little more with particular reference to the section in the Constitution in a minute. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not a matter of whether I'm here to support a person or not. It's a matter of what I want to make clear is the rights and rules and the sacrosanct responsibility of the House of Assembly, in fact, of the members, and I make it a little clearer, the elected members of the House of Assembly, as you would read in the Constitution, from which I will refer to shortly. Elected members. And may I go further, Mr. Speaker, and say that all through that section in the Constitution, and I'll point it out, you will read and understand in many circumstances, even outside of the exemption that we speak of here, that the Constitution is recognizing that elected members of the House, through an election, went to the public and asked for their authority to represent them in the House of Assembly. And you will note that throughout this section here in the Constitution, it is not a simple and easy thing to ask a member of the House to exit the House. And even when that happens, Mr. Speaker, you will recognize that that member has ways and means of appealing the decision that may or may not be made in the House of Assembly. And that's because the Constitution recognizes, like in every other part of the world, that when you are not that you are nominated to the House by some group or somebody, but when you're elected to the House. I feel proud when I go abroad and I have to explain to people that I'm a member of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. And they try to understand how is the House of Assembly constituted. And I explain to them that I am an elected, I'm not appointed, I'm an elected member of the House of Assembly in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, that means that has a lot more strength and a lot more responsibility and a lot more respect, because the people of the Virgin Islands, our presence in the House is by the authority of the people of the Virgin Islands, not by the authority of a court, not by the authority of a commission of inquiry, not by the authority of a governor, not by the authority of the United Kingdom Parliament. Your authority in the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, my authority, is by the people of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Some may argue that it's only the 4th District people. Some may argue that it's the 5th District people. But, Mr. Speaker, under the Constitution, the 13 of us are in here by the voice and the authority of the people of the Virgin Islands in totality, because of the way the Constitution and the Elections Act is constructed. So I am here, Mr. Speaker, not by any whims and fancy. I am here, Mr. Speaker, not because I may have wanted to come out some time ago, and some people didn't want me to come back in. But when I recognized that I was here by the strength and the voice of the people, I got back in. No court couldn't tell me not to come back in. No speaker couldn't tell me not to come back in. No clerk couldn't tell me not to come back in. The Constitution authorized me to be here. The Constitution authorized all 13 of us to be here by the voice and authority of the people. In the United States Constitution, it says, what it says again, by the people. It's by the people. And the people out there who are listening must understand that they have authority. Their legislature, their House of Assembly is not by the strength of Andrew Foy or Marlon Penn or Mitch Turnbull. It's we're here by the strength of the people. At the end of the day, we are beggars. We go there and beg them to give us that strength, give us that authority to represent them. And they exercise that authority on a single sacrosanct day. They go to the polls and they say who they want to represent them. And by a majority, we're here in the House of Assembly representing those people. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to underline that because I want us to understand that we are not simply here because of a court, or because of a commission of inquiry, or because of a House of Parliament in the United Kingdom, or because of some other body somewhere. We're here in the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands under the Constitutional Order, the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007. We're here under this authority. Mr. Speaker, I know in any jurisdiction, any part of the world, such as in the Virgin Islands, people may have their opinions about it. Even after elections, they have their opinions about it. Even in the great United States, after the elections, they have their opinions about who should be president. That's their opinion. But under the law, Mr. Speaker, in the United States, Mr. Mike Pence had to go to although he was vice president of the former government, he had to go to the House of Representatives and authorize Mr. Biden to become the new president. It wasn't by his wish or by his command. It was by the people's command. And the same in the Virgin Islands. Sometimes we are over there, we get elected, we get in the majority and we're over there. But another time the people of the Virgin Islands may put us over here. Mr. Speaker, so I wanted to point that out. But I'm coming to it, more specifically, Mr. Speaker, because I want to make this clear, because I heard a lot of rumblings about who we should get the opinion of the AG about this matter, and we should get the opinion of and I heard the lawyers and the very learned people in the COI and other places giving an opinion of what should happen here, and I heard all kinds of people talking, and that's okay, because their opinions may constitute a change in the Constitution in the future. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But in the meantime, what is here in the Constitution is what we must go by. It's not what's in the courts. It's not what the learned opinion is of someone else. It is by a vote. The power of a vote of every individual in this house who can vote. Mr. Speaker, and I may, forgive me, but I dare say you don't have any say in this. The Attorney General has no say in this. It is every individual of the 13 elected members of the House has a say in this according to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I'm taking pains out to say that because, as I said earlier, whether it was done right, how it was done, whether it was done in time, or I hear arguments about whether it's before a contract is instituted or a contract is not instituted. I don't know where the arguments come from. And maybe the arguments are right, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it boils down to a vote by each individual in this House of Assembly. Your conscience, your vote, according to this Constitution. And you may have your opinion that the person voted wrong or right. That's okay. That's a democracy. Mr. Speaker. So you may turn, Mr. Speaker, to page 35, section 66 and 67 in the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. The topic in the Constitution is disqualifications for elected membership. And it goes on in the early section about how you can be qualified to be elected, and so on. 66F says, no person shall be qualified to be elected as a member of the Assembly who, in F, is a party to or partner in a firm, etc., director or manager of a company which is party to any contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for or on account of the public service, and he has not, within 14 days before his or her nomination as a candidate for election, published in the Gazette or in a newspaper circulating the Virgin Islands a notice setting out the nature of such contract and his or her interest or the interest of such firm or company in it. So before you're elected, you're supposed to declare that you're doing business with government. And this is the contract. You already have a contract. I hear arguments that in this case that we're referring to now, that you're supposed to declare it before you have the contract. But you got elected even when you had a contract already. I don't know, I'm not so a learned person, but what I'm reading from understanding here is that there should be transparency. There should be transparency. And transparency also has an issue to do with timing. So that's important. It has to do with the nature of a contract. It has to do with being upfront and honest. Be transparent as an elected member. It didn't say you couldn't get elected, Mr. Speaker. It didn't say you couldn't run for elections. It didn't say you couldn't get elected because you had a contract with government or you have ongoing business with government. It didn't say that, Mr. Speaker. It didn't say that. You can have a contract with government, declare it, and run for office. It's being said and looked at as if that's a crime nowadays. Not true. Not according to the Constitution here in section 66, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to make it sure that we understand that that wasn't the spirit of the Constitution that was being laid out here. It's asking us to be transparent, to declare it, and make sure that the public knows what we might be involved in and what we'll be getting involved in, and it needs to be clear to the public. Mr. Speaker, let me get on to 67 of the Constitution. It speaks of tenure of seats of members of the House of Assembly. Once you're elected, you're there until the dissolution of the House of Assembly. Notwithstanding number 2, 67(2), that a member of the House of Assembly has vacated his or her seat by virtue of subsection 1, that's after the dissolution, every such member shall be entitled to continue receiving the benefits and privilege of a member until the polling day for the election of the House of Assembly, provided that such benefits and privileges shall cease if the member fails to win a seat at the general election. In other words, although the House of Assembly is dissolved, until election day, you continue to operate as a member of the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker. An elected member number 3 of the House of Assembly, this is where this argument and this noteworthiness, we should pay attention, shall also vacate his or her seat in the House. Shall also vacate his or her seat in the House if he or she resigns it by writing under his or her hand addressed to the Speaker. I wouldn't dwell too long on that because that was an interesting story not so long ago, Mr. Speaker. So I'll leave that to that. B, if he or she is absent from the sittings in the House for such period and in such circumstances as may be prescribed in the standing orders of the House. So the standing orders, the Constitution gives us some authority to say how long or how many times we may be absent from the House of Assembly without the authority of the Speaker. And I believe in our case, I don't remember the full standing order, but it's 3 consecutive sittings without a good reason, maybe illness or whatever. C, if he or she ceases to be qualified for election. In other words, if in one of these cases around here in 66, 1, A through F, we cease to be qualified to be elected, even after we're elected, we may have to vacate, which may be the case of bankruptcy, which may be the case of going to prison, and so on and so on, Mr. Speaker. And I will show you even to tell you how this is so sacrosanct. Section 4 tells you even in those cases, that member has a right to appeal to the courts to say that he can come back into the House. And he has a time in which the Speaker has to allow him to make his appeals. And that shows you how important it is that you can't just up and ask someone to vacate the seat without having good reason, solid reason to do so. Can't be by somebody's opinion. Section 4 shows you that. And, Mr. Speaker, it even shows you that in Section 9, where that member may appeal to the High Court to show you how important it is that you can't just up and ask a member to vacate his seat. It has to be really under solid consideration. Because even in, it points out in Section 4, that even under all those things over there, where even if you're ill, or if you're mentally ill, or if you're bankrupt, or in other words, C, if you're certified to be insane, and D, a death sentence is under sentence of death imposed on him. E is disqualified from membership of the House and law enforcement budgets, relating to offenses connected with elections. All those things. Section 4 tells you that you can appeal. Because if you're elected to the House of Assembly, you're elected to the House of Assembly. But if you then, according to Section C, 67C, if he or she ceases to be qualified for election. So if somebody comes and say, man, you did some wrong things, you're disqualified, you cease to be qualified. The member may appeal under Section 4, Mr. Speaker. Under D, subject to subsections 4, 5, and 6, if any circumstances arise, if he or she were not a member of the House, would cause him or her to be disqualified for election as such by virtue of any provisions of Section 66(1) other than paragraph F, which is the area we are considering today, or subject to subsection 7, I'm taking pains to point these out, Mr. Speaker, not because I want to sound like I'm an orator, but because I want the public to understand these matters, and they can be the judge, Mr. Speaker. Subject to subsection 7, which I will read in a minute, if he or she becomes a party to any contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for or on account of the public service, or if any firm in which he or she is a partner, or any company of which he or she is a director or manager, becomes a party to any such contract, or if he or she becomes a partner in a firm, or a director or manager of a company which is party to any such contract. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the government may have a contract with a company, and I may not have been a partner or a director or a shareholder or whatever of the company at the time. But after I'm elected, some reason I become a partner or a partner in a firm or a director or manager of the company, then it is my duty to declare it to the House through a motion and ask for exemption. It's my duty. Mr. Speaker, it's not just on a new contract or new business we're doing with government. It might be a company that's already doing business with government, and one of us become a partner or in the firm or a manager or of the company which is party to that contract, we must ask for exemption. Sometimes in a family business, you don't even recognize that. You come in and you didn't have anything to do with the company that is doing business with government. Then your family may ask you to be a partner or director of the firm that has a contract with government, and you have to be careful to recognize that, and you have to be able to bring it to the House to ask the members, your colleagues, to exempt you. And they have the right not to exempt you. They can tell you, they can ask you to vacate the seat. That's the authority of the House, of the members. Mr. Speaker, if you became a party to that contract at a time. Number 4, Mr. Speaker points out 67.4, and you have to indulge me or permit me, Mr. Speaker, to read it. If circumstances such as referred to in subsection 3D arise because a member is declared bankrupt, a judge should be of unsound mind, under sentence of death or imprisonment, or convicted of an offense relating to elections, and if it is open to the member to appeal and to elections, and if it is open to the member to appeal against the decision, either with the leave of the court or the authority or without such leave, he or she shall forthwith cease to perform his or her functions as a member. But subject to subsection 5, he or she shall not vacate his or her seat in the House until the expiration of a period of 30 days thereafter, but the Speaker may, at the request of the member, from time to time, extend the period for further periods of 30 days to enable a member to pursue an appeal against the decision. So, however, that extensions of time exceeding in the aggregate 150 days shall not be given without the approval signified by resolution of the House of Assembly. So even if you appear and become disqualified to be in the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, according to section 66, A through F, you may appeal it, and the Speaker is requested to give you 30-day periods to continue appeal, although he can only give you 5 of those such 30-day periods without a resolution by the House. 5, if under the termination of an appeal, the circumstances referred to in subsection 4 continue to exist and no further appeal is open to the member or if by reason of the expiration of any period for entering an appeal, a notice of appeal or the refusal of appeal, or for any other reason, it ceases to be open to the member to appeal, he or she shall forthwith vacate his or her seat. That's the Constitution I'm reading from, Mr. Speaker. 6. If at any time before the member vacates his or her seat, the circumstances referred to in subsection 4 cease to exist, the seat of that member shall not become vacant on the expiration of the period referred to in subsection 4, and he or she may resume the performance of his or her functions as a member. I pointed those out, Mr. Speaker, to show you the significance of having a member vacate his seat. Significance. Because the Constitution gives you all levels of leeway, that even after you have vacated your seat, it says here in subsection number 6, if at any time before the member vacates his or her seat, the circumstances referred to in subsection 4 ceases to exist, that's the seat of the member shall not become vacant on the expiration of the period referred to in subsection 4, and he or she may resume the performance of his or her functions as a member. So after those appeals and after all the things that happened for those 5 times 30 days, and the circumstances were not really so, or the change or whatever it is, the member may continue. That's what it says. I didn't say it, the Constitution says it, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, we come to section 7. Subsection 767. 7. I read it, and I read it very carefully. If, in the circumstances, it appears just, these are words that we have to circle. If in the circumstances it appears just to the House of Assembly to do so, it didn't say to the courts, it didn't say to the opinion of some of the group, it didn't say to the Parliament of the United Kingdom, it didn't say to some court in The Hague. It says, if in the circumstances it appears just, fair to the House of Assembly to do so, the House of Assembly may exempt any elected member from vacating his or her seat under subsection 3E. If such member, before becoming a party to such contract as there described, or before or as soon as practicable after becoming otherwise interested in such a contract. He can do it, he may do it before he becomes party to a contract, or he may do it as soon as practicable after becoming otherwise interested in such a contract. Whether as a partner in a firm or director or manager of a company discloses to the House the nature of such contract and his or her interests or the interests of any such firm or company in it. Mr. Speaker, I heard some of the arguments saying that as an individual, if you're doing it as an individual, it's a different thing and all sorts of things. All sorts of things have been read into this. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm trying to point out here is that it is, according to Section 7, it appears just to the House of Assembly to do so. The members must vote his or her conscience. He may be right, he may be wrong, he may be fair and unfair, but he is to vote his or her conscience under subsection 3E, Mr. Speaker. That is the Constitution. Now, I may propose, Mr. Speaker, and suggest amendments. We learn as we go along every day, every year, every 10 years when the Constitution comes into play for review. We may learn, we may want to make the ruling more clear, more succinct, more specific. And I would want to support making it more specific and more clear under Section 67(7). And I have questioned, and there must have been some reason why it was put in there as soon as practicable after becoming a member a party to the contract, Mr. Speaker. So I would support some changes to make sure that you perhaps put in some sort of time frame or some level of more accountability there, Mr. Speaker. But this is what we have here now, I'm dealing with. Mr. Speaker, I would even very strongly, and hopefully we can even make some amendment before the next constitutional review. I would even recommend that members of the House should declare whether they have any interest in government parastatals, statutory bodies, because it is a part of the government's arm or the government's responsibility. And therefore, it should be. I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, myself, and that's why I keep telling people as soon as practicable, and you have to leave those leeways there, because throwing a member out of the House so easily isn't what this is meant to be. Mr. Speaker, I am a director of a company that I had no clue was renting to the Tourist Board, BVI Tourist Board. No clue. After the hurricane hit, everybody scrambled. Tourist Board moved from where they were and went to a building which I'm a part of. I'm a director. The managing director of a company who was my brother, I wasn't aware that till 2 years after, a year, 2 years after that, the Tourist Board was in that building. If the Tourist Board was an arm of government and not a statutory body, in fact, I thought I had to declare it. When I found out, I rushed to the Attorney General and asked him to help me put forward a motion. When he told me you don't have to put forward a motion because it's a statutory body. I didn't have a clue that my company that I was involved in was doing business with government, with a government statutory body. So what is that reason put in there as soon as practicable and so on in there for? I don't know what the framers of the Constitution were thinking. And certainly I think there should be a time frame in there somewhere and some of the specifics, but this is what is here. There must have been a reason behind the framers. Mr. Speaker, I had some other circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I use example. Last year, April, I think it was, when I got a call at my supermarket when there was a lockdown happening. I got a call from the governor. He said, we're in cabinet and we want to ask you a question. As the owner and operator of One Mart Supermarket, can you provide 700 food packages within 24 hours to be given out to people? And he gave me a price that I should be able to determine to, and then he told me that the DDM will send me a list of the products to determine within that price. I couldn't say no to the governor at that time. I have a responsibility here as a business owner in the circumstances that were prevailing at the time. I had a responsibility to help to make sure that people are fed. People may say, yes, it's good business for you or whatever, that's okay. But to execute and provide those 700 packages within a short time, I had to bring my team together quickly and make it happen. I didn't even think that I had to declare something. This never came to my mind. Next day, they might have thrown me out. If we stuck to this the way people are purporting it. But maybe I should have asked the Speaker to call a House Assembly meeting that same night. and give me exemption. And I'm sure you'd have called everybody together quickly. And maybe I might have gotten exemption. But I didn't even think about it. Everybody was so caught up in what was happening. I tried to do what we had to do. I called up the other two companies that would help to make it happen, and we all worked together to get these packages out. But afterwards, I realized I'm supposed to get exemption. And then they told me, I'm hearing that you have to have a contract. You cannot have the contract before you get exemption. Maybe my, whatever number it was, close to $1 million would have gone down the drain because I wasn't supposed to have a contract. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, as soon as practicable. And should I have gotten a contract before I release my goods? And should I have gotten permission from the House of Assembly before I release my goods? These are things that the framers may have had in mind when they were framing this situation. I'm not saying that this is the case that we're discussing today. I'm saying there are some circumstances here that the Constitution allowed to exempt members from being, from ceasing to be part of the House, and you have to be careful how you consider them. You can't just consider them lightly, Mr. Speaker. That's all I'm saying. I'm pointing out here. And it's not up to any court. It's not up to any lawyer with his opinion or her opinion of interpretation. It's what the Constitution says. What it says. It's either before you do a contract or it's as soon as practicable after. Of course, it will be better if it's happened before you do the contract. In the circumstances, to be more transparent and to allow the public to be aware of what is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just here today to say that I want to make sure, because these things are put out there as if a huge crime has happened, Mr. Speaker. And the problem I have, Mr. Speaker, speaking of crime, because, Mr. Speaker, I came to this House in 1999. I asked the people of the 4th District to elect me because I wanted to serve, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to serve the people. I wanted to see the country become better. In 1999, I got an overwhelming support to become a member for the 4th District, representing the people of the 4th District, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come in here, I didn't ask to come here to make money or to get a big profit or to benefit from the government's apparatus. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to the opposite. In my view, in my 20 years or so here in the House of Assembly, I have lost many opportunities, and at one point I had to stop and think that I was becoming a pauper because of my presence in the House of Assembly. I had to stop, my family had to stop me and say, wait a minute. You have a family to take care of. You have a business to take care of. You have yourself to take care of. But we all come to the House, I hope we all, or most of us, to serve. That is intention. And Mr. Speaker, I am appalled that 20 years after or so serving in the House of Assembly, that I have to, in my own conscience, because I know I've served, Mr. Speaker, honestly, I've served without any interest in governments or any circumstances surrounding what I do. I've served because I wanted to serve. I've served for my personal service to the people. I've served. Mr. Speaker, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. I'm shocked. I'm distraught. That after my term serving here, and when you become an elected member, you got to be subjected, and you expect that, to people's opinions and people's, people go and say things that they believe even without facts, and that's part of it. You're serving the public, and the public is entitled to their opinions. The public may give their views and say what they think, even if it does. And it's common in every society what I think. Mr. Speaker, a friend of mine told me he was coming down on a boat from Virgin Gorda, and another person sitting next to him look up in McNamara, where I toiled, and my wife toiled, and my children toiled, and we're able to take a house that we built in 1979 with some little rooms and remodel it. Mr. Speaker, I always promised my wife I'll give her a bigger kitchen. I'm talking, and this person coming along on the boat said, look at that big house up there. What my grandfather just built out of the port money. Out of the Port Authority money. Mr. Speaker, you can understand that. I never had any authority to write any check on the Port Authority. I never had anything to do with the Port Authority in terms of their money and their accountability and their accounts. But I built it out of port money. Whatever insinuations they had there, I don't know. And sometimes even we as politicians are responsible for what we say and do, to give the impression, the wrong impression. I can tell you, I'll say it like it is. I'll say it like it is. Nothing is wrong in giving your opinion, but be careful what you say if you don't have the facts to support it. Maybe say it among yourselves, you might make a little joke, or you might tell somebody else, or you might. But when you don't have the facts, don't go to the public and say it because you don't have the facts. And those innuendos and those allegations and those things can affect a person's life for life. For life. For life, Mr. Speaker. And it looks like we are in the season where it's no longer a talk among ourselves, or a joke among ourselves, or saying what happened among ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I left in early 90s. I decided to build a supermarket and then open another one by the moorings called Dockside Market. And then Liston Smith, who was my foster father up in Huntersgut, his wife said after he had died, Butch, she called me, come and take over the store. I went and take over the store in Huntersgut. Mr. Speaker, soon after that, everybody said, it's got to be that he running drugs. There's no way he could get that money to open them supermarket. And I heard the talk all over. I mean, Mr. Speaker, my mother taught me to work hard. I don't care what anybody says, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat it always. I come up feeding pigs. And when I done feed the pigs, Mr. Speaker, I will go by Liston Smith and help him to butcher the same pig. My mother to be able to send us to school. Those are the principles I learned to live on, and I have always learned to live on those. I don't want any quick money. I don't want nothing to do with no drugs. I don't want anything to do with it. I tell the friends and persons who I speak to always, I said, listen to me. The youngsters who want to get in the fast track, I said, listen to me. There's only 4 things can happen to you when you're trying to make money faster than you should. You don't go to jail. You don't get killed. You don't get other family members killed or in jail. And the last one, which is most dangerous, in my opinion, is that for the rest of your life, you're looking back to see who's coming. Mr. Speaker, that is not a peaceful life to live. And I have lived my life and I have worked hard for what my family and I have. And when people make those kind of allegations, Mr. Speaker, it hurts. It hurts deep. My children, one in Panama, his wife over there working hard. My son here, he's doing his best. He and his family to run a business in Huntersgut that I turned over to them. Mr. Speaker, my wife toiled for 40-something years in the education system, maybe 50. I'm a young teenage teacher. Worked hard in the day, teaching. In the evening, we would go up in a store and put Mr. Speaker, put a paper towel box and put a plywood on it as our desk. And write up the accounts to send out to people who credit from us. That's how we learn to work hard, day and night. Or 2 children who were coming up, and I'll call their name, Diana and Dylan. They would have to come up there in the night, and my wife would help them with their homework while we are working. And people will come and come now and accuse me. And I say me because I don't know what names they're calling. But I know they say people who are in high office. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this BVI News story is the right story or not, but I think we all listened the other day in a shocking revelation, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about members, Mr. Speaker, members of the House who are subjected to certain things here that we want to throw them out for. Maybe we should all be thrown out right now because of this statement. And who knows? Former Governor Justice Jasper said high-level government officials have allegedly been linked to drug dealers and criminal gangs in the BVI. Mr. Speaker, I'm a high-level government official. I've been one. I'm probably a low-level one now. But between 2011 and 2019, I was considering myself a high-level government official. I wasn't the highest level, but I was high. I got a little demotion in 2019, but I'm still responsible to the people to act respectably and to work in a jurisdiction and to represent them with high integrity. But people think that I can't do that. I can't have my integrity and I can't do something right and I can't do the right thing. I do the right thing. And it hurts me, Mr. Speaker, when a general statement will be made. I don't know, without a name being called, I have to be in that group. Because I was in what do you call it? I was a high-level government official. So without somebody being prosecuted or somebody being the facts being brought forward and somebody being, because you can't be guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty. And it's even reached, Mr. Speaker, to the point of being innocent until proven guilty. This is to the point where you're being accused without facts being brought forward. Maybe the facts are there, I don't know. But I'm saying, bring them forward before we accuse publicly, especially from such a high-level statement. I am appalled, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not afraid to speak about it. I thought about this 100 times before I speak it publicly. Because I can't believe that I can be considered that way. And I am a person, Mr. Speaker, who needs my integrity because I do business locally and internationally. I need my integrity. I cannot be viewed by my business partners all over the world that I am a high-level official who have been involved in what's the word again? I want to make sure who have been involved in linked to drug dealers. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that people know that I have been a high-level official and I am linked to drug dealers without any facts? This is a problem, Mr. Speaker. This is a problem. I don't know the same thing can be done in the United Kingdom, where one may go into the House of Assembly, into the Parliament, or one may go into the public sphere and accuse the members of Commons or the persons in the House of Lords. Can you accuse any of those people without facts and without proof? Publicly? To the point where the Guardian newspaper in the United Kingdom published it internationally? And you were saying that without any facts, well, I shouldn't say without any facts, without bringing any facts forward, because there may be facts I don't know. This is important, Mr. Speaker. I want my public, the people out there, don't get angry with me because I am very hurt. Because I'm being classified and put in a category of something I don't know about. I never did anything wrong. I never been involved in high crime. I never had anything to do with drug dealers. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And I'm still accused of it because I'm a high-level BVI government official. And I have been one for 8 years and in fact 20 years. This is not right. This cannot be right. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the individual will retract that statement and apologize. I need an apology. Because my conscience is clear that I have not been involved in any drug dealers and high crime. My conscience is clear. Mr. Speaker, take off my clothes and examine me. My children are out there. Mr. Speaker, my children are out there. My grandchildren. I have a little young son coming up. They're out there. And they are reading this about their father and their grandfather. And people don't have any worry that they can say it without any inhibition. If you have something, come forward. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that I don't support anybody any high-level official being involved in that kind of activity because it will destroy your country. So if somebody has something about it, bring it forward, let's clean it up, let's make sure it doesn't go any further. I am going to make that clear. I don't care who it is. It could be my brother, sister, uncle, or aunt. My mother passed 5 years ago, it wouldn't be her. So, when you're saying those things, I think we got to make sure that we don't just say them so broadly and put us all under one SWAT, Mr. Speaker. And I don't go into it because I get very emotional if I go back to talking about how people have put us all black people and us all slaves and us all descendants of slaves in one slot. I'm not going to go into that because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it's in the subconscious. And some of us say it and we're not even aware that it's in our subconscious that we're saying it. That we're saying that we are on one SWAT, criminals. Corrupt. Them SWATers, we are corrupt. I heard one senior official in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office said to me in a cabinet meeting that we are corrupt. I mean, how can you say to me, you have something to show me how that happened? And you can get away with that? And then, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, because we are human and because we from even the Bible, we are always ready to accuse each other, ready to condemn each other, ready to throw each other out. I said to other members, I said to other people, I'm not throwing nobody out of this house so lightly. I'm not going to do it. They've been elected by the people. And if it did something wrong, come forward. Because I'm not going to condone it either. But I'm not going to throw anybody out of this house so lightly. I have to respect the electorate. I have to give him some credence, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that we as members of the House hold our office to the highest level of integrity. We can't be letting these things happen. We must hold our office to the highest level of integrity. Now, who to be the judge? Because I might think I'm doing the greatest, and hear what happened. Here I go on to the news. I might think I'm doing great. I hear him talking all the thing about me in the Port Authority and all whatever it is, but it don't bother me. Because no one can prove or can say or can show me that I did anything wrong. High crime, drug dealers. Mr. Speaker, when I read it, I thought we were in Mexico, I thought we were in Colombia. I got frightened. I tell the truth, I heard them talking. I was shocked. I thought we were in those places. I see the movies. What something I watched the other day, Queen of the South and all them things. I said, what? I thought I was watching a movie. We gotta be careful. We can't make those accusations. If you have something, bring it forward, develop it, let's deal with it, let's clean it up. I always say, Mr. Speaker, I grew up reading about Nigeria and all those places where they have corruption and that kind of thing. Many of them were brought, many people in the world were brought to the court of The Hague and all kind of places. But I never know we'd have come to that point where they're going to accuse us of these things without bringing the facts to the table. Call a trial, let's go through the trial, let a jury convict. After the jury convict, then you can say I'm corrupt. Then you can say I am associated with drug dealers. Do that first. But don't paint me with one brush and accuse me of something where you haven't proven. Mr. Speaker, I'd be careful. You know, that statement, Mr. Speaker, has gone far and wide and is affecting all of us and is affecting many of us who do international business dealings. Mr. Speaker. Amazing. Please, Mr. Speaker, I beg us. I beg all those in high authority. I beg the United Kingdom. I beg the governor. I beg all of you. Please. Please. You cannot make a statement of Boris Johnson. You cannot make a statement of anybody in the United Kingdom who you may have a feeling, a hint, a hunch, or whatever it might be. You can't do that. Maybe the newspaper might do it because but a governor, a past governor, making those accusations with a broad brush. Mr. Speaker. And I'm not speaking, Mr. Speaker, because I had any problems with this individual governor, because he was my friend. I don't have any qualms about that. Under our government, when we worked together for 8 years, we may have had disagreements, yes. But in many ways, he was doing his best after the hurricane. I joined him in London twice. He was doing his best to help. So I don't have any issues with it. But to make that statement, I have an issue with that. I have a concern about that. And I hope he understands that I have a concern about that. Because I will call him and tell him personally I have a concern about it. And ask him to apologize, because that is not right. A broad brush. So, BVI landlords at high level office, drug dealers. That's what the headlines are saying. That is not right. And our people in the BVI, please. I know while we might have politicians held in a certain esteem or a certain low esteem, do not allow the degradation of your community and the society in that way. Do not buy into it. It sounds flamboyant, and there may be some facts, but until it comes to the point where they are proven, those allegations coming from that level cannot be acceptable, my people of the Virgin Islands. Can't be acceptable. Can't be acceptable, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say, Mr. Speaker, that when we get elected to this House, I beg my members, I beg the public, do not consider that election process simple and easy. And that is why the Constitution here gives that person leeway to appeal, leeway to go to different levels. Mr. Speaker. So whether, the way I open up, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. Under this motion, requiring an exemption for Honorable Neville Smith to remain in the House, I will conclude that whether it was done in whichever way, and if we learn from those circumstances, we should fix it better next time, that we at least come to the House quicker and earlier, and however transparent it may have been in terms of contract bids or whatever it might have been, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is let's learn from those things. Let's learn from them. I want us to change it, that we should also apply for exemption when we deal with statutory bodies, Mr. Speaker, as members of the House. But there are lessons we learn. And I hope that when we can make adjustments to the Constitution to make this clearer so that members of the House may know that if they're doing business with government, they should be transparent, more transparent. It should be more, the transparency should come to the public in a more timely manner, Mr. Speaker, and that we can make sure that the public is aware. It doesn't mean we can't do business with government even before elections and after elections, but we should be prepared to be more transparent. And Mr. Speaker, it's coming more and more to the point where we want, especially as the Premier said, ministers of government and so on, be less inclined to do business with government when they're in a position to make decisions on doing business with government. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I finally say that this House of Assembly, its decisions on such a matter is sacrosanct to the 13 members individually voting, Mr. Speaker, individually voting on whether they will have a member cease to be in the House or a member remain or be exempted. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I hope I've pointed out some clear matters. Mr. Speaker, in summary, as to the function of the House and the purpose of the House and the operation of the House of Assembly and its sacrosanct position. Mr. Speaker, I don't even know the noun on that word, sacrosanctity or whatever it might be. It might help me, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out that that is important, number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I summarized by saying it is not a simple matter to have a member of the House cease when he's elected by the people. And we hope we learn some lessons from how we should bring motions to the House to be exempt. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, in the light of this, I want us to understand and make it clear that we have to be careful how we persons in high office are held, and we must be careful how we are held. But without proof, don't accuse me of something that I know I have never done and will never do. Be careful how you make those accusations. I'm not taking it lightly. I'm not taking it lightly. I'm looking at all aspects of it that will make sure that that doesn't happen. No one can accuse me of that so lightly, especially no one in such an office, such a high office. That's not right, Mr. Speaker. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I sit by saying I will support exempting the member of the House so that he remains a member of this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honorable member for the 4th District for his contributions. Honorable members, today we have with us the BVI Cancer Society, and we promised them a photo shoot. So I'm going to recess for 2 minutes and ask both GIS and Ms. George to organize that quickly. And I'll be guided by members as to whether resume after 2 minutes or we go straight for lunch. I'll be guided by members' wishes on that, because I know we have about 2 or 3 more speakers on this motion. So what is the wishes of members? That we go straight for lunch? On Premier, lunch? Okay. This honorable house now stands in recess until 2:30. House in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. We continue with the debate of the resolution on the exemption of the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to make my remarks as it relates to the measure being brought before us. Mr. Speaker, this measure is on the amended agenda as a motion led by the Minister of Finance. And I will state clearly at the onset that I support that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands exempt the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly in terms of the provision being brought forward in terms of a particular contract that he wishes to enter into, and later one in which he has entered into and is now brought before the House under the terms of Section 67(3)(e), Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in ordinary times, it would be suffice to say, I support this and sit. But these are not ordinary times. In fact, when the third resolution of the day come forward is when I'll have much more to say. Honorable member from the 4th Electoral District had a 90-minute presentation this morning on this, and I don't intend to do that. But I adopt the measures and the concerns that were cited during his presentation. Mr. Speaker, we are challenged as a territory on a number of fronts. We cannot take any of this for granted. I remember back in 2013, 14, 15, I was looking at the chain of events that were taking place in lands such as Turks and Caicos, lands such as Cayman, land such as Bermuda, and in Anguilla. And on my Facebook page, I had coined the phrase, "Get your popcorn," because this is a blockbuster movie of which you would want to keep away from your shores. Not only did I fear that this chain of events would present itself here, but at that time, I had no idea that I'll be in the middle of it here also in terms of in this House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution gives provision for if a member were to look in terms of becoming involved in a contract, what measures have to be taken. It is one thing if a member enters the House and for some reason, Mr. Speaker, that particular member is going to come into if that member, Mr. Speaker, I see that the Leader of the Opposition is trying to get your attention.
Sure. For what matter does the Leader of Opposition
Just a quick point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry,
Point of information. I got a continuing text saying persons wondering if we're online. Seems like they were not connected to the radio or online. So can we take a break to get that resolved?
No, I could just ask Ms. George right now, is that matter?
No, it seems like we're not connected on the radio or online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we take the break, let me ask Ms. George, is that matter, are we on live on air and on, we are? Okay, I'm told by the technical team that we are, so the member will continue. Thanks for that.
Members are in the back checking. I just got up. I want just on my people. I couldn't hear. ZBVI is playing music.
So Ms. George, we're on ZBVI and all the other media platforms, correct? So you're not sure whether we're on ZBVI or not?
That was just like that. I'm telling you that. You're not.
Okay, we'll take a 2 minutes recess, just 2 minutes. This honorable house is now in recess. Please be seated. This honorable house now resumes its sitting, and I thank the leader of the opposition for that kind intervention. I'm told that all the technical aspects have been worked out, and that we are live not only on ZBVI, but Facebook, the HOA, YouTube, and also CBN Radio. With that said, I'm going to invite the Minister for Health. He may wish to start over. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to make my presentation on the resolution being introduced by the Minister of Finance. And I would like to state from the very outset, Mr. Speaker, that I fully agree with, adopt, and approve that the House of Assembly exempts the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat on the measure, on this measure, and there's a second one of which I can place my remarks with that particular measure also. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Virgin Islands affords under Section 67(3)(e), where a member, subsection 7, where an elected member, it would have called for him to vacate his seat if he had become party, save for the fact that the member, if declared to the House, and if at the onset with the particular, if with the onset, Mr. Speaker, of the House of Assembly, and only the House of Assembly, the measure is adopted, then there would be no cause, as ably explained by the member for District 4, my representative, Honorable Mark Vanderpool. I'm in 4th District. Mr. Speaker, under ordinary times, it would have been suffice, okay, to just say I agree and sit down. But these are not ordinary times. You will note, Mr. Speaker, that this particular resolution was scheduled to have been heard when this House, when this 12th House had been called early in September. But because it was appearing before the Commission of Inquiry, it thought best to hear some of the particular provisions, the rulings or the particular findings of the Attorney General and that of the Commission of Inquiry to some degree. I had stated here then that what had been practiced since this House had ministerial seats from 67 to now attained, and it was proper that it be brought before the House. It was proper that it be voted on by the members of the House of Assembly, and it is proper that the exemption from removal be adopted by the majority of the members voted in the House. And so too should this one. That's under normal times. But Mr. Speaker, as ably cited again by the member for the 4th District, we are faced with the particular provisions that, in my view, came into effect from the declaration back in January 16th, when a Commission of Inquiry was actually instituted. Mr. Speaker, this Commission of Inquiry, I had stated back then that it is vague. It is without a specifics in terms of what is being looked into. I had opined that with this Commission of Inquiry, then the entire government and governance for the past 67 to now, at least, and I would say 50 to now, some 71 years, is under scrutiny because we are sum total of what we have done over the years. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we're being guided by an 1880 Commission of Inquiry legislation, which played itself into this same resolution in the determination of good governance. And we would see how the failure of the construct of this Commission of Inquiry appointment that was done back then, how the failure of it, in my view, my considered view, have led to some of what the citizens of this country are now concerned about, because, and they need be concerned, because I think it is in our duty to properly explain to the people of the Virgin Islands what these measures themselves are all about. It is not proper to feel that we don't owe them some explanation as to what is going on here, especially when it comes to the measure concerning whether or not the Speaker, if he takes up a measure in the House, in defense or in conjunction with the other members of who are not on the cabinet, whether or not any action that they take will be on them and not basically in terms of defense of the Constitution and of the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, when the terms of reference were given for the Commission of Inquiry, it was headlined, so to speak, in the House of Commons. And what was said there is what is most troubling. I would like to get the document. Mr. Speaker, and what was said there is what was in fact repeated here by the governor immediate past. And Mr. Speaker, these are the troubling things of which the member for the 4th spoke about, because unless we come to the realization that we are looking in terms of battling with nations and people who are expert of dividing the people of a land, where they would be looking east when the fight is coming from the west. I sat here and I stood here and I explained about the metaphoric cows going on the road, your car is overturned, and when you get to this car, there are no cows, no feces, no footprint, and you're left to explain how did you get here. Mr. Speaker, so this particular resolution speaks of this because at the end of the day, our people are made to keep your eyes on the wolf when the shepherd, in fact, is the only one eating the sheep. All people have taught the sheep how to keep your eyes on those big, bad, hungry wolves, when the shepherd is the only one consuming lamb chops morning, noon, and night. Mr. Speaker, if the terms and conditions that were cited in the appointment letter for the Commission of Inquiry was not enough, there exists a number of publications which seek to cite, and I'm going to read specifically from them only because you don't want to misquote in this House. I think it is, there exists somewhere in the laws where you should not, could not, and must not misquote. So it's best to read. So if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the particular attention.
Permission granted.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in an emotional Facebook video post to the BVI's 300,000 inhabitants, this was speaking of the immediate past governor, 30,000 inhabitants they have here. He accused the country's government of overseeing a plague of corruption, interfering in the criminal justice system, and attempting to silence anyone who raised concerns about the misuse of funds, including $30 million, to help the islands fight against the corona pandemic. They say, Jasper claimed that the BVI government had deliberately delayed legal reforms and hindered local inquiries into a string of corruption allegations, including a non-existent airline, wall around the school, $10 million spent on a hospital, a cruise ship dock are in questions, citing concerns about organized crime. He mentioned the 250 million pounds of cocaine seized in the home of a police officer last year. They went on, Mr. Speaker, to cite how it is that there exists for a framework of the reason why the Commission of Inquiry had to be called was because there exists credible evidence given by top business associates, they didn't say talk show hosts, top business associates, of criminality and drug running by members in high offices. Mr. Speaker, from the 18th of January 2021, when these statements were read by the then Honorable Dominique Raab, I have been singing from the rooftops. This is a setup. Because, first of all, if you had such credible facts, you have to run to the DPP, run to the courts, run to somebody to get this effected and corrected immediately. They have a commission of inquiry that was called here that I don't know if I missed any of the sessions, but none of them seem to have addressed these very critical points. Because he said, forget about the cruise pier, forget about the wall, forget about the plane. What was most critical is the monies that were meant for starving mothers and fathers who went to the pockets of friends and family of politicians. They didn't say members of the government only, or members of the backbench only, or members of the opposition, of the entire political friends, cronies, and families. No, not I, said I. Did not happen. Involved in criminality and drug running. Mr. Speaker, it's important enough that we are all deemed, and anyone associated, married to us, friend of us, family of us, already on this quote-unquote, what's that list called? PEP, politically exposed persons. Now, you're going to elevate that to political criminals, drug runners, and exposed persons? You got to put your dupes up, because it is not right. It's not proper. And then, when you look, last night I was in Virgin Gorda, and there was a young man asking, well, how would you intend to make it possible for young people to be able to get spaces, since most of the spaces are being rented for $40, $50, and $60 a square foot? How would young people be able to do this? There is a model that is coming out in the 5th district, and I invited him to take the lead on the particular question, because it is one that is supported by the government. I know it will be supported by every member of this House. So there's no political points to score on that. If it's going to help our young people, it is something that everyone will adopt. We will punch on something else, not that. This I can assure. But his point was valid, and last night I sat and I considered some of the points that were made. Now, I can always sit to consider him, but some of the persons who were afforded a chance of living and on this particular territory beyond, or beyond their 25th age, 25th, and some of them up to 80, and some of the stuff that they're talking, I am wondering, well, is it just about politics, or is it just about being real? Because a young man has a particular issue, because when 2019 would have been his very first time that he was eligible to vote. So when he become to a point of consciousness, so to speak, at age 10, he would have been at 2011. At age 15, he would have been in 2015 elections. And if one were to look at the level of support and progress from his 9th electoral district, and some folks in the 2nd electoral district over in Jocelyn Dyke, for instance, up in Anegada, for instance, in Virgin Gorda, for instance, they opined opined all through the 2018 and 19 elections as to whether or not enough were done. We got in on 25th of February 2019, Mr. Speaker, and loan guarantees. We have been fighting that ever since then. I have listened to the remarks of the late Honorable Dolores Christopher, and when she got up on that particular motion, she said this is not a yes sir moment. This is not a moment to hide behind a banana tree. This is not a moment to abstain. This is a moment to come to the forefront. When that measure was debated back in 18 and so forth, so contentious a measure was it. It got about 3 or 4 members fired, fleeing from the government over the opposition. Right? By the time elections hit, the party was divided in 4. Some resigned, some wouldn't run, some resigned, some retired, some went with the blue, some went with the red. 4 parties over this very measure, of which the premier himself was asked to sign, no questions asked, sign here. We had to deal with that. And might I say, we went to the UK and still dealing with it even up to today. The effects of signing here, no questions asked, are being felt in, I might add, Anguilla. Because they took the measures, no questions asked, they're now asked to put in a 13 or 15% across the board sales tax because you can't pay for what you have. It is being felt in other places that had to do this because we contended then, as we contended now, that any funding for recovery from catastrophic events and now global pandemics cannot sustain loan fundings only. It will blow you out of proportion and it will cause you then, based on an April 23rd, 212 document, to be subjected to further measures of which is not comfortable for us. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a yes sir moment. Everyone has to vote. It is not as simple as a yes or no even in terms of where this is concerned, because every institution that we have built over the years is sought to be disbanded. You have to open up the register of interest, no questions asked. Sign here that you wouldn't even ask a question. All the details you want, fine. You have to go into the cabinet of the Virgin Islands and all of the record that were quote unquote sacred, sign here, fine. You have to go into they're now reaching into the House of Assembly and saying, we don't think that this represents good governance. And it's not left for you to decide, but for them. So it's not a simple a matter of just yes or no. Everyone has to speak their mind and and vote their conscience. So there's another resolution coming forward. I don't intend to spend 5 minutes on this. So, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, that it be exempt. I vote yes now, and I vote on the other measures. So you can adopt whatever I say now to the other resolution coming pertaining to this measure as it relates to whether or not a member should be exempt. I would have a lot more to say, because those are just the quote-unquote items coming forward. Because this concept of dividing or people having them fight among one issue that you want them to fight among, while you are looking at everything else, open public registry of ownership, economic substance, global tax reform, Brexit and the emergent fallout, Hurricane Omar and Maria catastrophic damages, the high-level framework and devastating terms and conditions, the $400 million loan guarantee with unacceptable terms and conditions, the Recovery and Development Agency that was formed in 2018, the coronavirus, a global pandemic with global, regional, and local catastrophic results, a commission of inquiry based on the 1980 Post-Slavery Act that refuses to disclose its true intent and fails to specify what is being looked into. But if that was not enough, Mr. Speaker, then you have the Global Britain Initiative, which speaks of free and unfettered access. Whatever your sexual preference, marriage. Don't have to ask any questions, number one. Number two, it speaks of citizenship for anyone, anywhere, from the UK or from another overseas territories. Forget about this concept of belongers and who can and can't run and hold office, who can and can't vote. Forget about it. And Mr. Speaker, a number of other issues in that global Britain concept. It speaks of the Virgin Islands blue economy and control of the territorial waters. ICAT, is it? ICAT, right. The Global Waters $30 million quota awards. The CARIMAX deal that is not closed is still open. The Delta Petroleum quota awards. The United States of America listing, as in terms of whether or not you would be able to enter without vaccination. High-risk travel listing by the UK government. Mr. Speaker, if the resolution was as simple as a yes or no, I will just get up and say yes or no. But all of these issues are pertinent to what is being discussed, because we will see when the other measure come up, Mr. Speaker. And I will be right here. I'm not going anywhere. My whole day is reserved up until 9 o'clock, as by law, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his contribution. The floor remains open under the motion on the Deputy Speaker's exemption. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contributions on the resolution before us regarding the Honorable Deputy Speaker Neville A. Smith. Mr. Speaker, I am having a little bit of a challenge because this resolution seems to be incomplete. Mr. Speaker, the resolution is seeking to ask for exemption for the member for a contract. I don't know whether he is simply interested in the contract. I don't know if the contract has already been executed. I don't know if this is something that is coming up that he is putting his interest in according to Section 67 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, there has been previous resolutions brought to the House for other members, but this House, Mr. Speaker, for other members, including the Deputy Speaker, and there were specifics in terms of the date. So, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering if we are not doing something that is almost, I don't want to say cynical, Mr. Speaker, but it's something that begs the question, because we don't have the details of what is happening here. The one that follows, Mr. Speaker, is very specific and detailed. So I would want to understand if this contract that the member is seeking exemption for, it is if it's a contract that, like the member for the at-large member, the Minister of Health, when his contract came up, it was stated specifics in terms of what would happen, when is the timeline, etc., Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if I can get some sort of assistance in terms of the details of surrounding this contract, because for us to debate this, and I know two members have already debated and the Premier has opened the debate, Mr. Speaker, but I find it challenging that we are going through this motion without the details, and then the very next one, and even for the same member, the contracts that came before, the resolutions that came before had some specifics and some details in them. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if it was an oversight or if it's information to be produced, because I am very unclear at this moment. I don't know if you can help me in any way, Mr. Speaker, but I'm having challenges in terms of debating something that seems to be very much incomplete. But I would crave your advice, Sir Speaker.
I will ask the mover of the motion if he has any additional information.
Mr. Speaker, it says in terms of his interest in it, which clearly means for this one that the contract has not been executed as yet. It is one in which, therefore, not being executed, has not been signed, and is expressing his interest in it so that he can be clear with this one, since this is one in terms of where the competitive bidding and all the transparency have been done, and the bids open at the same time and is found to be the winner. But he refuses to take up the contract, knowing now what is the expectations of the House and how these laws are being interpreted, to make sure that he comes first to get the approval. The second motion, when that due comes, is one in which that happened a while, that it was supposed to be in the batch of what he did before, but somehow that one was oversight. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that it clears it up. Thank you.
Member, for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a bit clearer from the Premier's mouth to my ears. But again, I think for prudency, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that what we're doing here is not, as we have all heard and seen, witnessed, that it is not something to take lightly, Mr. Speaker, then I even have more questions. Because the opinions and the interpretations of Section 67 of the Constitution, the Premier said it's an oversight, why it wasn't brought. So it seems as if, based on what I just heard, that the member has already indicated his interest and submitted his documentation to the point of where he has been awarded the contract. Is that what I understood from the Premier? I don't want to misquote or misunderstand what was just said. If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, then unless we see that the definitions where it says as soon as practicable, if it could not be avoided, and I don't think that would have been the case on behalf of the member. It says as soon as practicable. So I, Mr. Speaker, would just go back to, I think it was 2019, where this particular, I guess in the beginning of the House of Assembly, in this House, Mr. Speaker, we had some strong debates. There were, I believe, 2 resolutions for the same member, where members rose and they gave their positions, and mine is going to be no different than it is now. Mr. Speaker, I believe that for this to be here now, Mr. Speaker, whether it could have been brought sooner or not, and I believe this particular discussion, as we've seen many other things, have come up in the COI, and everybody will have their position and opinion about who did what and who said what and how it looks. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have an opportunity to serve the people of this territory. We are entrusted with the confidence, the support, and the backing of the people of this territory to be their leaders. And Mr. Speaker, as I said back in 2019, once the law is followed, Mr. Speaker, and once we are doing what is moral, legal, and ethical, I believe that is what is expected of us. But one of the things I said to the Deputy Speaker back in 2019, I said it to him recently, is that we have to be mindful of how these things appear to the very people that we serve. And not only being mindful of how they appear, Mr. Speaker, but the interpretation depending on the perspective for which people are at or people see things from. A lot of opinions can be formed, whether for you or against you. Mr. Speaker, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that the honourable member has, I think, above most so far in this honourable House, has received a level of scrutiny that he did not anticipate. And Mr. Speaker, while we see the members seeking to do what is right, the Honourable Premier is the mover of this motion and resolution, Mr. Speaker, I said it before while we had an informal meeting, and I'm wondering, how is it, Mr. Speaker, that we are the ones that put ourselves in certain positions when we have and had and would have had ample time and opportunity to do what is needed to be done. But then we delay, Mr. Speaker, and then the criticisms come from the public, opinions formed from the Commission of Inquiry. At one point, Mr. Speaker, I heard that the Attorney General was supposed to give her interpretation or opinion on what should or shouldn't happen. I heard that the Commissioner Inquiry was waiting and awaiting from the legal attorneys of the ministers of government who represent them in the COI. And Mr. Speaker, while everybody was forming their opinions, the proper and right thing to do would be to just simply bring it in. Bring it to the Honorable House, where the decision could, should, and would be made. But because we delayed, for whatever reason, I heard there are reasons. I would be looking forward to listening to them. But from my understanding, Mr. Speaker, I believe this information from the member in question was asked to be brought a while ago. So how is it now, Mr. Speaker, that after all the fanfare, after all the opinions, after all the media reports, after all, everybody done say what they had to say, now we are here, doing what should have been done in the first place, and trying to be as creative and colorful and articulate as possible, to now sideline or put aside or combat against the opinions that have been formed. Mr. Speaker, this Constitution that governs us should be the thing that governs us all the way through. The things that we need to challenge in the Constitution, that's why the review is there. But Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that it's okay for us to straddle the line of delaying because we feel we can do so. And then when opinions are formed, we come back to the very Constitution. Because same 67 says, Mr. Speaker, as soon as you are aware. Now, I'm by no shape, form, or fashion a lawyer. But, Mr. Speaker, what I think I understand a little bit is the Queen's English. If you're interested in it, your company, whether you form as a director, shareholder, owner, if you're interested in such a contract, then you should declare. And for this contract, whether it went out to public tender or not, but it's under $100,000 based on what we see here for $87,000, there would have been some time, Mr. Speaker. So if the member, which I understand, was interested in this thing, which from all indications he did bring forth and have conversations with the persons who would be responsible for bringing such a resolution to the House, Mr. Speaker, I believe we erred in doing what was, as it says, as soon as practicable. Because on top of all the other concerns, whether you want to call them concerns, allegations, issues that have been raised as a result of this commissioner inquiry, well, they're not even just raised because of the commissioner inquiry, Mr. Speaker. It's just been highlighted a little bit more. Now this gets muddled into it. And Mr. Speaker, my challenge is, was, and continually will be, we continue to be our worst enemy. We continue not to do the things that we are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, I went before the commissioner inquiry, just like every other member here, that had to do with the declaration of our interests, which is required by law. We are lawmakers in the highest office of the three branches of government. I found myself, Mr. Speaker, in breach. I didn't choose to make no excuse, Mr. Speaker. You can't be wrong and still strong. I didn't choose to make an excuse. But even in the midst of an inquiry, and you hear, Mr. Speaker, how long we've been calling for inquiry. From last administration, the former leader of the opposition, who is now the premier, we've been calling for inquiry on the last administration, calling for inquiry on this, on that, on the other. And the inquiry now has been called while he's sitting as premier. And Mr. Speaker, according to Buju Banton, said the full still has yet to be told. But then you see the level of some of the simple things, Mr. Speaker. Some of the simple things that we could have avoided. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of pride in this territory. I have a lot of pride in the rich heritage and legacy of this territory. But it's almost shameful when you listen to some of the things that were revealed. You might have had an inclination, you might have had a little hint, a slight idea that, nothing is perfect in this world. Some things were going a little off track. But Mr. Speaker, when you hear some of the things, and when you read back the transcripts, when you listen to some of the testimonies that were given, and I ain't talking about for the persons in the public service, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking for those of us who now serve in this honorable house and who have served in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, it has been embarrassing. It has been quite embarrassing. We sometimes don't want to deal with our business amongst ourselves because who's Mitch to be asking about this or asking or questioning about that when he in opposition, when they ain't saying, trying to look power, they find all kind of thing to say. But Mr. Speaker, what's strange is this is the same Mitch that questioned his own government when he was in it. The same government he was elected with. And I don't question, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of questioning. If I don't understand it, I'm going to ask a question. And if it don't make sense when you say what you say, I'm going to ask another question. And especially, Mr. Speaker, if you have to do with numbers, I'm going to ask a lot of questions. But it was me. The same one that questioned the very government I was in. I heard one of the ministers on the government side says, you know, they are the sitting government. And I had to remind him privately, I don't think if Mitch didn't stand up, you would have been able to sit down. We come before COI, we come before this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Questions are asked about things that we know we need to address. Whether it is us, the 13 or 15 of us in this room, within the systems of government, or within the entire territory, we know the issues, Mr. Speaker. They're not new issues. They're long-standing issues that spans administrations and governments and premiers and chief ministers, Mr. Speaker. There are nuances in this territory that we know exist. But when the questions are asked in here, Mr. Speaker, you get the answer that will push the person who's asking the question on to the next house, whether it be truthful or not. And in this house, Mr. Speaker, we are, according to standing orders which you quote so eloquently, Mr. Speaker, members are given the opportunity to ask a substantive question and have 2 follow-ups. And even when you ask your substantive question, you get responses and replies, written replies, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that continue to just bamboozle me. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's just something to come off your head and tell me something. If I write a question to you 7 days in advance, and you have them before the sitting, which is, again, standing orders, 7 clear days, questions are submitted, and you have these questions as ministers, is one thing if you just get up in the house, Mr. Speaker, and just say what you think. And if you miss out something, well, you've been asked the question on your feet, Mr. Speaker, but when you have a whole week to answer a question and you get with your team and the kind of responses that are written to you. So you had time not only to consider it, Mr. Speaker, you had time to think about it. And even when you type it, there's a thing called backspace or delete. But this is what we've been doing. This is the practice that we've been doing. And when the question is not answered, I try to get clarity. We try to get clarity sometimes. And then we're reminded that standing order states that you have 2 more follow-ups, and the good speaker there would usually say, you know, is this your second follow-up? Or is this another question? And Mr. Speaker, we have to adhere by the rules. 1 question, 2 follow-ups. Well, what a thing. One question, written response, two follow-ups that come from the substantive question, and you still don't get an answer. But we were quite comfortable. We were quite eager, and we were quite settled, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that it is announced here, there, and everywhere that the House Assembly sitting needs to be put off for this time and that time due to preparations for the Commissioner inquiry. But that is what happened. Ministers and ministries, Mr. Speaker, had to prepare responses, information to be able to present, whether for bundle 1 or 21. And then we were asked questions. And the one question that we started to ask gave another question, and another question, and another question. And question sometime on the same topic for 20-something minutes. But we chose to give the truthful answer there. Not amongst us, who the country elected, but amongst persons who were called in to seek out whether there's corruption and mismanagement and manipulation and intimidation and all these other shuns. And we sat there. Some of us quite puffed up. Whether you want to call it confident or arrogant, you be the judge. And some of us even answered more than the max. And were willing to submit additional information before their time had passed. Mr. Speaker, the young people that might have hung around with, one of them, when they learned the word, what oxymoron meant, we were there talking a time and he said, well, that's an oxymoron, moron. And I looked at him and I said, well, you just learned this word, but you use it in the right setting. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that we are comfortable? And this ain't just local, Mr. Speaker. This wasn't just a local thing where it's around the territory and the commissioner inquiry and the commissioner and whoever came with him, Mr. Speaker, asked these questions and they sit here and they're supposed to, fix them within these 28 or 32 square miles, Mr. Speaker. No, that ain't happening. It ain't just A and Z BVI or what we are now, YouTube, in phase. It ain't just air locally, Mr. Speaker. I was with two of my seniors yesterday. They said they think through the wall. Through the wall. And we, who sent are you in there? Through the wall, Mr. Speaker. That's what they said. This thing through the wall. And we, Mr. Speaker, each one of us in there, went before the commissioner inquiry and answered things that, whether we know about them or chose to ignore them, but exposed some of the difficulties that we know can be fixed. Mr. Speaker, this territory of the BVI has gone from budgets of less than 100 million to now over 400 million. some of the systemic problems, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing that you hear how we heard how much of a problem and how many issues we have within the system. Mr. Speaker, this is not just specific to this government, but this is this government we're here now. We know the issues, Mr. Speaker, that exist. But now that we're being questioned and we're talking to the system and we point the finger at this one and we point the finger to this one, civil servants, Mr. Speaker, some of them scared to death. Because who is supposed to be the ones leading them is the one pointed to them and said it's her fault or his fault. Mr. Speaker, John Maxwell states that the buck rises and falls at leadership. I won't go point to nobody and say, why I didn't declare my interest on time. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't me. The people them send me here and I failed them in that regard. But one of the things I made sure, I told the commissioner, I told the public, it won't happen again. Not for that. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility. And I didn't know. It's not a reason. We should know. And we should be in a position, Mr. Speaker, where we're willing to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Calvin Malone likes to bring up, I listen to him. Every now and again I pay attention to some of the things he says. When he started out in 2019, Mr. Speaker, he always goes back to the high-level framework and the debate of 2018. When he started out, he was a little bit more guarded in terms of what he said, in terms of making sure it was absolutely factual. Now he has gotten a little bit more mature in this politics, so he goes a little bit more broad. Mr. Speaker, when the minister, the honorable member, stated in 2019 about this debate, about this high-level framework and this loan guarantee, Minister stated that there were only 3 brave souls. That's exactly what it was. I listened back to it. That stood up and voted against this thing. And he was not at all fearful to call the honorable member for the 3rd, Julian Fraser, the late member for the 5th District, God bless her soul, Honorable Dolores Christopher, and this young boy here from the 2nd District. But now when he quoted, Mr. Speaker, I listened to him year after year now, all the last 2 years. Every now and again when he come up, he'd leave off. He want to leave off. The member for the 3rd and the member for the 2nd, he want to leave off. He focuses on the Honorable Dolores Christopher. But Minister, I put it to you that in that honorable House of Assembly of 13 members, only 3 voted against. And the other 9, which includes the current Premier now, voted for. Don't forget them details, Minister. Don't let your history, you're a good record keeper. Don't let it get muddied without telling the whole story. And Mr. Speaker, it is these types of occurrences that we find coming right smack at us. I remember one time, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house, I asked about, I think it was 2016, having the opportunity to go to the United Kingdom with the then Premier of these Virgin Islands, and in one of the sessions that he was unable to go to, he asked me to represent him with, I think, Mr. Wheatley, Benito Wheatley. And there was this talk about, small island states, and more specifically, the overseas territories within the Caribbean region. And Mr. Speaker, I heard about this Blue Belt program. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. 2016, I heard about this thing. I came back. We had a caucus meeting. I asked in caucus at the time, listen, I heard about this Blue Belt program that the UK trying to make us do, and they want to, under the guise of tracking the sea life and this and that. And the Blue Belt, basically, Mr. Speaker, what it is it is a belt that they want to tighten around what we would be able to do or not do within these waters that we call our own. Under the guise at that time for tracking sea life and fisheries and coral reef, but it had something more to it. It's amazing now that when I asked that question in 2016, coming back from the UK, nothing at all goes so. That never came up. It was amazing to hear the Honorable Minister now for Natural Resources and Labor, when asked by the lawyers of the Commission of Inquiry about this Blue Belt program, he said, oh yes, I know about that. And I know this is something that you were discussing since 2016, and we're getting ready to do some implementation. I say, well, I can't say what I say, but I say, well, wow. Then I heard, and you hear so often, Mr. Speaker, this government, this present government, every now and again you hear them bringing this legislation and this legislation to the House, and Mr. Speaker, I saying to myself, some of these things sound familiar. And every now and again, depends on who's speaking or who echoes. You heard this is not something that's being forced of us. This is not something somebody tell us to do. This is something we're doing. But then I go back into my notes, go back into some of the emails, and I realize some of these very legislation and pieces of legislation have been passed and directed to us by the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, the battle is simply this. If we are going to let this nation rise, it must rise on our strength. And our strength has to be where we are unafraid to challenge and change some of the issues that we know not only exist, Mr. Speaker, but they plague us, and deal with them head on, and not have anybody from anywhere, anytime, come to tell us what we know we need to fix. Mr. Speaker, this motion before this House I don't believe as I said in the beginning, even though it was made audible by the Honorable Premier, I don't believe this motion or resolution is complete because it lacks and is missing the details, Mr. Speaker. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what I said in 2019, and I would end here. Sometimes the very appearance of how things look, be it legal, in this life that we have all made up in our minds and our hearts to serve and represent people, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful not only how it appears, Mr. Speaker, but how it's interpreted. And if we have the law to guide us, it would make sense that we follow the law and not delay and allow persons from inside or outside to take the things that we know we have to do outside of the scope of what should be done. And then when all the public opinion is formed, Mr. Speaker, we come in here like crazy man and woman, trying to make it seem like there's nothing wrong when we could have dealt with it from way back when. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. Members, I just want to say, and it's also relevant to the 3 speakers, that we ought to confine our debate as Standing Order 38-1 to the subject matter under discussion. While my philosophy has been to allow members to speak, because you have a right to speak in here, but at the same time, I want to just caution members to confine your debate to the subject at hand. I thank you, member for the 2nd District, for your contribution, and as I said, that applies to the 3 previous speakers. The floor remains open. With no other member wishing to debate, I invite the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to close this debate. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members that debated this motion. Mr. Speaker, those who spoke based on the Constitution and based on the way they see us moving forward, those who spoke on what they see and what they like or dislike, those who spoke factually, those who spoke non-factually. I thank them all for their input into this debate. Mr. Speaker, the more and more I lead as the Premier of the Virgin Islands and trying to keep yourself within the law. Oh, you want to speak? The Deputy Premier came. Is it okay if he gets a word, or you want me to close? Because you have to make the ruling.
The deputy have not indicated to me that he wants to speak.
So it's up to you. You'll have to tell me.
He has not indicated to me that he wants to speak. Deputy Premier, are you indicating that you wish to speak at a time when the time has passed?
If the House allows, I only can go by the rules of the House.
It's not up to the House. It's up to the presiding officer.
Mr. Speaker, I do apologize. I just went to the bathroom.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I came back a little late. But
okay. So you
with your permission, I would like to make a contribution, please.
I will allow the Deputy Premier to make his contribution to the motion. Therefore, I invite the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, a member for the 7th District, to contribute to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being so graceful and merciful to allow me the opportunity to make a contribution on this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has happened in the House of Assembly since this sitting began. And a lot has happened in the Virgin Islands in the year of 2021. And we have to have, Mr. Speaker, the correct analysis of everything that is taking place around us so that we can provide proper leadership to the people of the Virgin Islands. The people of the Virgin Islands have been exposed to a lot and are searching for answers and seeking answers. There is frustration, there is agitation, there is pain, there is suffering, and for us to move forward at this critical moment of our existence, we have to provide the proper analysis of what is taking place around us to provide leadership to our people moving forward into the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, since 2007, when this Constitution was introduced, we have had several members of the House of Assembly come before this honorable House to seek an exemption from this provision of vacating your seat when you become party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. It has happened several times before. It has happened for government. It has happened for opposition. It has been the practice, and nothing with this particular resolution departs from the practice. The interpretation that we have used in the past is the same interpretation that we are using now. If there needs to be something, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be clarified, we have to go into our Constitution and clarify that. It certainly would not be fair at this stage to start thinking about different interpretations than the one where we've set a precedent with. And I just want to endorse, Mr. Speaker, all that the member for the 4th District has said. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it is fitting that a member of the opposition would stand up and give such passionate support, not to just the motion before us today, but speaking broadly and generally about our rights as Virgin Islanders. who have been elected by the people of the Virgin Islands. And the power that we have in the House of Assembly, not power in and of ourselves, but power bestowed upon us by the measure of democracy that we have currently. And it is not a full measure of democracy, Mr. Speaker. The very same constitution we speak of is an order of Parliament, of the British Parliament. And when we negotiate with them for a constitution, not our own constitution, it's one that they give to us. And the provisions of it they have to agree to. And that is something that we must keep in the forefront of our minds. This is not a fully democratic system of government. We have elected and we have unelected, those who have been appointed by the United Kingdom, etc. I want to praise the member for the 4th District for another reason as well. Demonstrates great maturity, as is expected. A man who has been here for over 20 years, and a man who's demonstrated that he has a passion for people. I salute the member for the 4th District. And I don't care what a soul say, I love the statesman posture. I love it. I can deal with it. And I'm suggesting to others who have not been here as long as member for the 4th has, that you don't have to wait for 20 years to adopt a statesman posture. You don't have to wait for that to take positions regardless of party. There's some positions that you have to take regardless of NDP, VIP, PVIM, PEP. We have to take those positions on behalf of our country. I'm going to adopt a position that was expressed to me recently and stop calling the Virgin Islands a territory. A territory is like something that you win in conquest. I'm going to start referring to the Virgin Islands, even though it's not legally the case right now, as my country. I'm going to do that consciously. Territory is not a word for colony. It might sound better to some, but I believe we have to move past the point of this colonial mentality, that it's okay for someone to come here and to basically dictate to you, an entire group of people with a history, how you should live. And, Mr. Speaker, people need a lot of education. We have intelligent people, we have bright people, but somehow or the other, we have become distracted from our narrative and our story. We have a story that needs to be told. And the further we move away from the knowledge of that story, the more divided we are. And the more we recognize ourselves as enemies of each other. I even just heard it in the House of Assembly. That the true enemy is our own people. That's what some persons are promoting. That Honorable Andrew Foy is the enemy, or Honorable Calvin Malone is the enemy, or Honorable Penn is the enemy. And we're so quick to destroy each other We're so quick to tear down each other under the guise of this I don't know, I think it's like this kind of fake integrity that we tearing down each other with. That this kind of fake holiness and, we have to look down on each other as, you're not as upstanding as I am. I think it's been the practice in the Virgin Islands that we lift each other up. If you see other persons who are not doing as they're supposed to do, you lift them up. You see somebody who's falling down. I remember when I used to go to school, BVI High School, sometimes somebody fall down and everybody laugh. But there would always be that one person who would go and say, well, let me assist you up. I say all of that to say that we have our faults and our flaws. You're not going to find anybody around the world without faults or flaws. And I'll continue to repeat it. The faults and flaws that are being pointed out here in the Virgin Islands through a COI or whatever else, you can multiply those faults by 1,000 in the United Kingdom. And other places in the world, so-called democracies, so-called first world countries, you'll see the same flaws that we are judging ourselves very harshly from. And it doesn't mean that you don't do some work to fix those things. We have to fix those things. And Mr. Speaker, before somebody thinks that I'm not speaking on the motion, it's relevant, Mr. Speaker. It's relevant, the fact that we have some persons down here who want to dictate to us and tell us what the interpretation of it should be. And it's relevant that the same Constitution, where the same provision in the Constitution needs to be clarified, you have to go to the United Kingdom and ask them. Of course, you have a constitutional review, but you have to ask them to give you a different updated constitution. They have to agree to it. It's relevant that we are ready to crucify each other, and we'll see how people vote, whether they think that members should be made to vacate their seats for some technicality or some interpretation, where we try to make this motion different from any other motion that came before. The attempt will be made to do that, to say somehow it's different, but it's only really different because it's, whether the member's on your side or not. We have to look past those things, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the COI and this British, all of us have to be united. It's like you have a great team from the East playing a great team from the West. And they duke it out. But when it comes time for national team now, you have members from the East and members on the West and members from the town team. All of them come together on the same team to represent the BVI. Why is that so hard? Some of us, they want to play for the British side. They want to be on the British team. So I'm playing with the BVI side because the BVI side, man, them man this or them man that. I don't want to play with them. We're Team BVI. And we cannot participate in the destruction of our own people. What the old people say, take your child inside the house, lick them inside the house. That's how we have to handle our own affairs. And then we could duke it out and slug it out on all of these other issues. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for the member. My view, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. We have to have a conversation as a Virgin Islands people about what we want our governance to look like. We had a COI. I think we need to hold a little summit among ourselves as Virgin Islanders. And we have to determine what we want for the Virgin Islands. Outside of what some commissioner tells us in his report, we need to come together and figure out what we want for ourselves. If we're saying that we don't want business people to be in politics, let's say that. And then you'll have persons who are in business and they just wouldn't bother with it. Yeah? But if you don't want business people in politics, because if you're telling a man he's built a business for 20, 30 years and then when he comes into office, he cannot have a business anymore, where you're telling him that he just can't come to the House of Assembly because nobody is going to just give up their business like that. Nobody's going to do that. And we haven't asked anybody in this House of Assembly to do that. Just give up their business and let it suffer and let it die. But if that's what you want, let's have a discussion and let's fix the Constitution that way and just say, okay, no business people in politics. And then, you know, it's difficult for the civil servants to get into politics too. So I don't know who we're going to get in the politics except persons who are just retired. You know? So let's just say that. But then you tell a man you don't want him to be involved in business. Let's say you say you pay a decent salary to someone on the backbench. Base salary is what, $36,000 a year. Plus your allowances. And then the backbencher retires and is getting a pension based on $36,000 a year. And then you're saying you don't want that. You don't want to pay the backbencher a decent pension. You don't want him to have a business. So you're essentially saying you really don't want him to be able to function. So in my view, Honorable Speaker, we have to decide what we want, and then we have to make those provisions part of our Constitution, and we move forward. But not that every time we have a motion, it's a big legal and constitutional debate. For me, it makes no sense. The honorable member has done nothing wrong whatsoever, except to, all he has done is start to allow his businesses to continue to function as they functioned before. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we as honorable members on either side of the aisle should be consistent with how we've viewed these matters in the past. So, Mr. Speaker, there are quite a lot more to happen on the order paper for today, and I expect before the end of today I may be on my feet again. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to say some few words on this motion before the Premier wraps up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. With no other member indicating to me that they wish to speak, I now call on the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to wrap up the debate.
Okay, just checking. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, yesterday when we had the ongoing matter with the teachers, which I back them 110% in terms of teachers, but I also know that my government, through the minister, has been doing all he can, and the middle ground will be found. And I start by saying that, Mr. Speaker, because on my Facebook page, someone went and tried to rattle my cage, and I told them, in times like these, a wise head keeps a still tongue. A wise head keeps a still tongue. No, I turn it around. Yeah. A wise head. I put it that way. I know why I put it that way. And even so, if you turn it around, still the same. I put it that way for a reason. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you see that you have COVID that has challenged every single country's finances, every single family's finances, and when you see that you have high demands and low resources or number of resources, then everything, Mr. Speaker, becomes more of a controversy than before. And there's a lot of high-running emotions, not saying that they're not justified in some cases, but not all. And Mr. Speaker, you realize that some people are just waking up trying to look for the next argument. Just waking up looking for the next thing to jump on, preferably mostly some of them, the government. And sometimes they're correct, sometimes we could do better, but not all the time. But Mr. Speaker, we come here to this motion. And the Honorable Member for the 4th District spoke this morning. He can bear me out with this, because he has been in the House a very long time. I want to go through, or go down through the corridors of time with this same motion of declaring your interests and come forward to today. I want to go through the 20-odd years, Honorable Member, that we've been here, and the different Attorney General's advice while we were here. And stop me, member of the 4th, or join me, or tell me if you need to strengthen any part of it. And answer me, what do you expect of members? I remember when I got into the House the first time, and this is no indictment against Attorney General. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not going after any individual one. I'm just showing that every stage of the House, the opinion was different. So for me, I now realize that we have to carry this and probably get a full judiciary review of the meaning of this section, along with some other sections. A full judiciary review. That's where I reach now. The old people said, doctor differ, patients die. Well, attorneys differ, politicians die, politically. And let me show you. I remember, let's say in a matter of what we do wrong and who we do right, and whatever the case may be, and just for the record, member for the 2nd, nobody gave this government any legislation to bring to this House. None. The UK or nobody. I have to clear that up. Never has it happened since we're in this government. No, not at all. Nada. Nunca. I don't care which word you call. And any minister here sitting down could stop me if I tell them something wrong, or members who are right behind us, if they ever hear us that we were forced to bring a legislation, we had to bring a legislation. We brought legislation here, and I need to clear that up, that the last government some of them were walking out, and we come and we give every credit where credit was due. I never stop and say for the Business Act what the leader of the opposition was doing, and we came and we give every single credit that was there. And when we brought new ones, we said this is a new ones, but at no time, even the ones on the other paper, have we been told and forced to bring any legislation. Never. I cannot rely on the UK, nor the FCDO, nor the governor, and I for sure will not let that pass, because it'll seem like we are yo-yos. We never, ever did it. Whatever we have done since we have come has been to strengthen good governance. And I reject the notion that from all the chief ministers and all of us had so many things to do and we didn't do, and this is why we are where we are. We had a lot to do, yes, to keep straightening out the territory, but I also balance it by saying that we have done a lot to bring this territory to where it is. Have we made some missteps along the way? Yes. But have we done a lot of things correct? The answer is yes. When there was this press conference with the last governor and the last commissioner of police, two partners, and they stated we had national security the morning, and then right after that we heard the deputy premier, we heard a newscast with a press conference. We never told about it, and went on the press conference and said things that we were never informed in national security. And the largest drug bust, and it went downtown in terms of the place being a drug running thing, and in all of it painted the BVI totally black. And when the COI started, I remember in the same Guardian and those newspapers that the one last governor seemed to have a partner in, released that I was against the drug bust. But they have power internationally, so they use their friends to pick on you, when all I was saying is you're in charge of the police force. We're running a country. Why paint a picture that we had the largest drug bust and the whole thing is corrupt, when you could paint a picture that we have a law enforcement agencies that were able to have the largest drug bust ever in the world and promote the strength of your law enforcement agency? That's the point I was making then. I make it through the COI and I make it now. Why didn't you turn it around as a positive? Why are you always out there trying to paint this country in a negative light? I said that publicly a number of times, but nobody was listening when I said, because I didn't have any COI then, and the elephant wasn't on nobody's foot then. And I keep saying that you, in that position where you cannot continue to go out there with negative warnings and putting the country in a negative light. And if you don't have proof, stop going out there with these insinuations and accusations and allegations. I've continued to tell the last governor that branding people negatively in a country negatively. And for the record, I went down, I ain't ashamed to say, I said in the COI, I went down to go get a COI to see what had happened in the Post Project. I didn't hide on the COI, I said it. I didn't went on there asking for no COI in the entire government. And when I went, the governor told me COIs don't reveal nothing and they're expensive. And based on the Auditor General's report and what you all have done, all we see is the lessons learned. And he said, I'll be wasting money. All that I was told. And Iris Bai left from there and I never come back. I tell you, you'll never see me there around again asking for nothing at all since you tell me that. Because the first thing that tell us is that you in the opposition go do your work. The PSC ain't do any work. So we went and we did a report. We interviewed a lot of people for the report. Nothing came up different to what the Auditor General was saying. As a matter of fact, they were clarifying certain things. In the opposition, you push, you reach to the governor, he says lessons learned, and you leave that alone. So I always felt after that a commissioner inquiry is too expensive to have, and it will reveal nothing, and based on our Auditor General's report, it's just lessons to be learned. That's what I came away from when I visited the governor and left, and I had never went back there since. I heard the man there saying I was coming frequently. Well, I don't know. He must be got a clone of me somehow. Never went back because, and I never troubled the government from then till now after that. I said, man, let him go ahead. And he should, the record of when I go in there and don't go in there would be kept. I heard some of the opposition over there saying, but I used to be by the governor often to look for who I could conquer them on one hand. And after that last meeting I turned off, I had never left again. And from then till now, even when the cruise ship come in, I thank the last government for what they do with the ports, because if the governor them was saying that it's a good job, I said, who am me to be here harassing myself with this? It's a good job. But now, when it's convenient now, they call a full CRI, and then the terms of reference so broad that they went as far back as from HL Stout, even further back. And I'm going to tell you, I stuck my gun over there, and I listened, and I went and I promote all governments. Because I have a problem when people try to make it look like governments after governments just did wrong and nothing right. You know, and then they're saying it's worldwide. Of course, it was filmed worldwide. I don't have nothing to be ashamed of. I do not have the people's money in the account. I didn't take the people's money, unlike what some people telling the people, even one or two members in the opposition. I heard what I telling the people. Oh, come in here sounding sophisticated. I hear what they're telling the people. I don't have it. Try to help the people in this COVID-19 era. I didn't take any, I don't have any, and there's nobody out there who could say they come and give me anything, whether it's from a grant stand or whatever you want to call it. As a matter of fact, the more grant you give out, the more they come back for more, because people hurting. So I don't feel nowhere to go, whether it's a COI or come in here and answer questions or whatever the case may be. And no member should get up here saying that our processes are flawed and it's our fault. All of us been hustling for our district in terms of the right way. All of us benefit from contracts with the same system we here talking about. All. It wasn't flawed when we were getting something for our constituency, but it's flawed now because we want to show people that some of us are political saints and others are political devils. I used to wonder how my, because I'm not racist at all, for sure not, and I don't look at things in that way, but I used to wonder how a big continent like Africa could have been come enslaved. And I recognize the reason it became enslaved and had nothing to do with the Europeans. It had to do with themselves. Take one or two of them and they made them feel good and put them inside the house and tell them, look, go out and speak to the rest of them and tell them, look, this is what you need to do, because once you do this, you'll be okay. And I wouldn't have to bust the whip on them. I wouldn't have to do anything. And then they go out and talk to them. And when they say, well, you telling me this, but I have changed. They're raping my wife, my daughters, what you telling me? And they're saying, yes, but take it easy. They won't kill them. You could imagine back in those days, something that's totally immoral, but because they had the power and helped their own people, helped to get them enslaved. And sometimes we take these things up and do it in modern day form and don't understand what we're doing. It's better we suffer under our own hands. And if we want to change the government and change elected officials, do so. But you telling me, and I'll never subscribe to it, that with all the schooling our people doing and all the degrees we have more degrees now than a thermometer. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that I am coming to recognize in this country, Mr. Speaker, is that some of our people be getting those degrees and they ain't know what to do with it, so they use it against the very people in their own family who help them get a degree and put them enslaved. When you get an education, it's more than education, it's to become educated. And they'd have some of them that decide, well, all right, this side is saying the correct thing, so let us help them to get you, as if when that happens, that they'll have a better life when they realize life worse than ever. Mr. Speaker, I said those things because I wholeheartedly mean them, and I said them in the COI, and I said them respectfully. Plus, I honestly feel that if we're in partnership together, I shouldn't have to be every minute looking over my back. I want to know that the Commissioner of Inquiry was a transparent inquiry that will yield a just outcome. I don't have no bones about that. And I learned a lot from the COI that's positive, and I learned a lot from the COI that's quite questionable. But I know that coming out of this, if we are wise, we can use it to be better. But the CI cannot be used as a weapon to give us a retrograde step in our political and economical, in all the other forward steps that we have been made in our aspirations as people to eventually be self-determined, whether we want to hear it or not. You could imagine now more and more when you read the story of Moses when he told them it's time to leave Egypt. If you couldn't understand the story of Moses, check what's happening here in the BVI now. Some people read the Bible and they can't relate it to today's world. Check this out and see. You know, I could imagine the days of Moses when he came back to lead the people and tell them it's time for us to go to the promised land. Let's get out of the house and do so respectfully. I could have heard his own people. That's why you're afraid to go back. Some of them will remind him, you are a murderer. We can't follow a murderer. Mind you, he killed the fellow trying to protect them. You know? Not that it's legitimate for to murder someone. I could hear some of them saying, my son, you don't stutter. We're going to lead us stutter. I could hear some of them saying, you crazy. Look at the power and might of them to us. Where you going with this? It's the same thing now. We don't understand the strength and power that we have. We like the rat circle with a glass cage, keep running, going to the edge and button up. We're in the cage for years, and when they finally remove the cage from around him, he only going by the edge and going back, forget. Even he realized that he's free. But with freedom comes a lot of responsibility. That's why we're passing the good governance legislation. That's why we want to do certain things as a government so that by the time it comes, whether we're in office or not, to move to the next level, we have already laid the foundation for this territory to be more accountable, transparent, good governance, and also to make sure that we can control and run our own affairs. And if not, there'll be measures in place to deal with those kind of persons. And that has been happening here. Whether through the contractor general legislation, whether through the integrity in public life that we'll be discussing in a while, whether through the modernization of the police act, which we'll be doing in a while, whether it be through the whistleblower legislation, which we have done, whether other legislation we've been in with the Human Rights Commission and the freedom of information, all those have happened and happening and will happen. And it seemed to me like the more of them you bring, the more they yell out something otherwise, but they're dealing with an entity that masters and how to divide our people. 400 to 500 years of experience in this. And we can't see, some of us, what's happening. I'm not asking you to condone everything our government is doing. That's not what I'm saying. But the roadmap to where we have to go as a people, we have to make sure it's clear and we go in that direction. Because let me tell you something, we're not fighting an individual. Yes, the former governor says certain things. You're not in a battle with an individual, you're in a battle with an institution. So we have to build our institution to get to that next level, and we have to have a mutual partnership that is built on mutual respect and trust. And I feel that if you are looking out for me to get to the next level, I shouldn't be guessing what I need to do, or what we should have a common conversation, sitting together saying, you need to do A, B, and C. This is your time frame to do it. In 2 years or 3 years, you have to have the Freedom of Information pass. You have to have this pass. We'd like to see you have this pass. And we'll be telling them, all right, we'd like for you to pull back here. We'd like for you to share with us, since you say you can't give us the DDM, share with us the responsibility and let us go together, and then eventually you could give it to me. That's a modern partnership. That is when you're growing and people growing together. But instead, what I see happening is every minute they try to do something that instills doubt about people in leadership, whether from 72 years ago to now to the future, as if none of us could lead and don't trust any of us. But we will be there to guide and light there for you. That's not a modern partnership. A modern partnership is not to show and exploit the weaknesses of the one side so that you can promote your side. It should be one in which you help them to get over the weaknesses on either side and both make sure they exemplify the strengths. That's why I stay cool and calm through a lot of these things, because I know some of them are politically agitated. I know some of them are not being done for the right reasons, although some people involved are hoping that they could get better, but moving with the wrong tide. And I say these things, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at this Interest Act, these things, the Deputy Premier said it best, we have to have conversations, and we have to have these forums, and we will have them. If we continue the road we're going, we're saying that we don't need anybody who is in business at all into politics. That's what we say. Who you find so nowadays? And even so, what you're saying now, when persons finish with politics because they went in, they shouldn't have any business, and when they come out, they got rid of their business, so they become nobody, and then you don't want them to have a retirement plan or a pension plan. What it is we saying? We are people that we don't understand where we're going. We just become emotional on every next topic that comes out. No, we have to be clear. I've got a lot of WhatsApp. So they blame me for things I didn't do. Some people, I even see them WhatsApp me. I must see some of them so close to me in the evening, give me a chance and condemn me. But I learned one thing: if you stand on what is right, no matter even the whole world out there shouting, and you stay on that foundation, once you firmly feel that you're doing what's right in God's sight, you'll be all right. Because a lie have speed, but truth have endurance. And eventually the truth will come out. I sat down for 20 years, and I'm proud of it, in this house. And even had to forget about ever becoming the Premier, and I'm here through God's grace. And I sat through a lot of lies. So I'm testament that lie have speed, but truth has endurance. I have people WhatsApp me telling me the VIP will never get back. I tell them, Larry, if we don't get back, I'm going to make sure everything that needs to be done to help you, we're going to do it. And then after we leave, someday you'll say thanks if you want. I ain't going to be threatened by the next election. We have some things to do here, or it won't matter if we have an election. It wouldn't matter who's in power come the next election if we don't do some of these things what we have to do. It wouldn't matter who it is a crowd behind and put in and elect, because all there will be is some dolly on the, what do you call them again? The triangulus? With the strings? Ventriloquist. I was looking for the word, ventriloquist. That's all you're going to be, because the other part of the partnership will be fully in control. So I want us to understand that this thing is not a simple thing like we are thinking. It's not about Andrew Fry. This thing is larger than Andrew Fry. And I'm going to say something here. When we talking about the loan guarantee before, Mr. Speaker, I can't go to that because we're talking here about our side and what we need to do. You see that loan guarantee there? We want the loan guarantee, you know. The conditions is what we're concerned about. We in dialogue all the time about it. But if we go beyond the ratios they give us and we ever found to be outside those ratios, automatically they have to approve our budget. And there have been some numbers of percentages to debt to income that have been given to us in passing conversations that if those come in and the other partnership have to approve our budget, the only way we can achieve that is by cutting the largest section of the recurrent of the budget in order to achieve that percentage. What is the largest section of the recurrent? Salaries for the public officers. So they will never say that you must cut public officers. You'll never hear that, and they will say we never told them that, and they'll be correct. But read between the lines. So that's why we make adjustment budgets, because we don't want to get there, and we're working on other revenues, because until we get those terms and conditions adjusted, especially in the middle of COVID, and we have some of them properly defined, like what are other measures that they can put in. These are words in the documents. When we talk about a framework, yes, it says other measures will be put in. We went till the England action to be defined what are other measures, and we came back and we still don't have it defined. And then there's another section that says we reserve the right to put in other mechanisms. What are other mechanisms? We don't know. So you want me as Minister of Finance to sign on to a document that is saying these kind of conditions with other measures and other mechanisms, and we don't know the definition of them? Other measures or other mechanisms could mean that, all right, since you can't pay me no more, I want your car. And while you have to send the wife and the children. That could be other measures and other mechanisms on the street. But how do we know what it is now inside a farmhouse sitting? It could be way more than that. Other measures and mechanisms could be give us financial services. Other measures and mechanisms could be all right, give us finance. We're so quick to always look and see what all we should have been doing. Yes, we have a lot to do. And yes, some of it is our fault, but show me a country where don't have their own failures. Show me one. People comparing us to the USVI. The USVI got $300 million in a loan during Irma. 300 million US. And here someday they got the loan written off. Gone. Clean off the books. The thing was Senator Plastic and them negotiated in USVI clean, $300 million gone. And they get some more money now to do projects. What we get? A COI. That's what we get in the middle of the pandemic. What we get from Irma and Maria? The RDA. No, don't get me wrong, I don't say that the RDA isn't bad, depending on how it's used, but it wasn't put in there for us, you know. We just turned it around so that you could have a balance to be used for all people. But that was put in there to make sure that larger contractors would take over this place. So we agreed to at it to help us recover, yes, but we also continue to negotiate, even from the last government after they passed it. I tell you why, no, started to negotiate to say to turn it around, and we got in, and we got a lot of things done to help us move in that direction with still some more to go. But I question anybody with this. What was the need of the RDA if you was over the same public service? Why didn't you improve the same public works and bring it to the level of RDA? Why did we need an extra burden on the recurrent of the country because you failed to train and manage our people and make sure they get the skill sets over the years? Because the public service ain't under the elected officials. We want to give that other part of the entity always a buy and put everything on top of the elected officials. Educate our people with the correct things, tell them what's what. You ever see a minister doing an appraisal of a public officer? You ever see the minister going to sit on PSC? Look at the Constitution, educate our people in the correct way. The Constitution says who it is appoints them and who can disappoint them. But when something goes wrong, who they have to deal with the elected officials? Because that's who the people elected and that's who they see. And then the other side always over the years stand back and be there like, all right, you could come and see me. Let me see what I can get done. When they're the very one who created the chaos. That's what the Minister of Health means, that everybody keep their eye on the wolf and nobody keep their eye on the shepherd. And I go back now to this, to the heart of the motion when I'm saying these things, Mr. Speaker, because we have to get forums in which we are going to do with the constitutional review and other things. You see how much legislation we pass in here? Every government came in here, passed legislation to protect the financial services. We came in here even during COVID and passed legislation that even with this new latest leak, because of our systems, that's why we haven't fallen prey to major negative things, at least thus far, thank God. And one of the papers said it. They said because of the measures passed, they know that these things in the BVI are regulated, but the company is in the BVI. That's all they said. We don't ever give ourselves no credit. I in some chat site, and at least I come last night 45 different chat groups. And they have about 10 of them from the time you wake up till when you go to sleep. They're looking for every problem that God couldn't even think on. We have to be careful while we walking through what's rough, that we don't become bitter-minded people. And nobody be getting me enough bitterness and thinking and just bitter-minded and going after people all the time. I hear a lot of things about myself. That's why I try to keep to myself a lot, you know. Because some of the things you hear, you just shake your head. But I recognize with the COI, a lot of the hair say Mele went down the road and they end up in the COI. I couldn't believe some of the things I heard come out. So I learned to start to answer back some of these things because I realized that out there enough they become truth. And people believe them. And then they get down by the, well, the last governor for sure, and every governor, they will call it the 10th district, they go down there, and if they're immature governors, they act on hearsay. And that brings me to the other part of the partnership. How could one side look into the one side, and the other side have no authority to look in the other? In a modern partnership, the elected officials should have measures in place that they are accountable, and the government side have things in place that make them accountable, and things that we can hold on to make sure that both sides do. We have a misconception anytime we're thinking that this thing must be one-sided. Then we waste all our school fee. We're just growing up and deciding we're going to go after each other every minute. Go after each other every minute. But when you eliminate this person, something else will come up. When we learn that unity is strength. I heard a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, that if I were a malicious premier, I could get involved in. Even a fellow here, somebody told me when I was finished doing something that he was looking into, and he got through, he said, I didn't think you want to help me based on, where I stand politically and things I've said. I tell him that's not my way. If this is due to you, I'm going to give it to you. I tell him now some of the things you said about me really are foolishness, and it is really hurtful sometimes when you hear some of them. But I leave you up to God. You have a family to feed. If I were a bad-minded premier, and I was a worthless-minded premier and used to get involved in anger, in retribution, like some of them saying, you know what kind of place this would have been? But I just let it go. I just let it go. I sit on a radio show here, one person calling, and the person calling and called me a thief, and I need to be up in the jail. And not too long after I was down the road, I met the person, and they hailed me. I hailed them with love. Because I ain't thief nothing. But you think it's easy to hear those kind of things? But once you're in this business as a member of the 4 districts, you're going to hear them. You're going to hear them. So let's not fool ourselves thinking that we white as snow, that everything else is white as snow, but we're the failures. No, we have a lot of things we have to improve upon. And guess what? With the Contractor General, the whistleblower, and might I add Section 60, I want to help the people of the Virgin Islands. We're picking on us. I want to go into the Constitution a minute, Mr. Speaker, before I run out. You see this Constitution here, Section 60, what says the governor shall be responsible for the conduct, subject of this Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including the administration of any department of government with respect to the following matters. Under Section 65, which says the terms and conditions referred to in subsection 4 are the following. F, the premier or other minister shall provide the governor on request all papers and information, including the text of any instrument under negotiation, available to the premier or other minister with respect to any activities in pursuant of subsection 4. All I was saying, even to the last governor, and I said in the COI, where was this exercise before you call the COI? Where? What it is that would have been asked from a governor of the premier that I wouldn't have been obliged based on the Constitution to produce. So how could something be hiding when it was never requested for, that I don't know was in your mind that you want, that the Constitution said that must be produced? Why wasn't that exercise forced? Why? Because the persons have in their mind that destruction, they want to burn down a whole farm to get one fowl. Because that shows the wickedness in some person's heart. And that's why they keep praying, even although some of them make mockery of it, because the Lord said, pray for those who persecute you and who do you wrong, and you have to do it. I don't hold animosity towards these things. These things help make me stronger. But when you continue to go and use your authority at that level, in the international stage, at a country, not just an individual, they didn't call a name, we have to understand now that's going a little far. It's going a little far. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out something to you. In the 20 years plus that I've been here, I want to go through different attorney generals' opinion over the years when it comes to declaring interests. This is no indictment to the current Attorney General. I'm going through briefly over the years. And tell me if we don't need to go and get a judiciary review on what this means. So that is why I couldn't sit and just, well, first of all, the COI by law, let's get it clear, cannot dictate for the House of Assembly, nor the judiciary, nor the executive. They're independent bodies. So there's no ruling that they could make that can dictate for the House. And this motion here, we hold a little while because we were interested in seeing what the verdict was here from the COI, because we know that they don't have the authority over the House. And so said, so done. There was nothing to hide with this, what the member asked him for. He's not in the contract yet. Mr. Speaker, the AG's opinion have differed over the years. When it comes to the declaration of interest, one stated, and this was the first time I got into politics in 1999, one stated that if government does business with a company for which the honorable member owns or is a director or a shareholder, then the member just needed to declare at the beginning of the 4 years sitting of the House. That one time would suffice for the 4 years. That's the first advice we got when I got into politics. So if you were in business and were known business over the years and you declare when you came in, that was it. So if you bid for other government projects, you didn't have to come back to the House because you declare when you came in, you do one declaration, you come in here, it was a general declaration, and then that was it. But then, over a period of time, the next thing what I saw was if the same entity, the honorable member, does business or is going to do business with government or any of its statutory bodies via PO under $10,000 as a purchase order, then no declaration to the House of Assembly is needed. Another AG come and tell us once it's a purchase order, you don't need to come in here at all. Honorable member for this vote, I ain't speaking while you were here. So that's a ruling we got. And then we got another ruling. If the same entity does business, this is over the years, over the 21, 22 years now. If the same entity does business or is going to do business with any government statutory board, whether a PO or a contract does not have to be declared to the House of Assembly. What I'm saying, once you're doing business with a statutory body, you didn't have to come here to declare at all. That's what the advice we were given. So when people telling us that we doing this, we doing that, different interpretation of the law over the years have caused different actions. Then when you have now, we know that the House of Assembly is being told that each PO and contract must be declared prior to entering the contract or PO with government, and even if it's a statutory body. And that's where we are right now. So over the years, the interpretation of this have been different. And the COI went and interpreted a next, how much that is now? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 different interpretations of the same law. But Mr. Speaker, that's understandable because law does have different interpretations, and so does words. If I tell you, look out below, and I up on the house roof and I bawl out, look out below. Well, that could mean 2 things. If you're in the Caribbean and I tell you, look out below, that means something coming down to fall to hit you. And don't come out, move out of the way. But if you're from a different culture, look out below, you might look out and a piece of galvanized might take your neck off. How you think I mean look out below? So the interpretation of law differs from lawyer to lawyer. But the constant thing has been the House of Assembly members. And when you get those different interpretations, and then the COI come with the next one, it's clear now that we reach the point that we need to go for a judiciary review to get a full and clear interpretation of this section of the law, along with many other parts, with who could host cabinet, who could chair cabinet. Because now we have WebEx and all of that, so we have to review that. So who could chair cabinet, when and how? Along with what do you mean by prejudice in Her Majesty's service and vetoing anything that you don't agree with using as prejudice in Her Majesty's service? So there's several sections in the Constitution that needs to be looked at. But the only one that gets attention is where there's only involving elected officials. But that isn't bad. That's not the issue here. The issue here is that we have to look at this thing as a holistic view, with us moving towards the next level of self-determination. We have to get a lot of things in order, but not just because they're our fault, but because we are evolving young nation up and coming and moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, in this one, Mr. Smith has come forward, and it wasn't a long time neither as being suggested. This is something current. He has not entered the contract. He did the competitive bidding. He won the competitive bidding fair and square. But this is a company that the man has been doing business for 25 years. So, and he's not doing government contracts alone, private contracts, all kind of different things, different entities they're working for. It's a well-known company. Let's don't play around with this. It has reached a point where it was being looked upon with the COI. If they had other members, had to leave their seat. Honorable Mag supplied the food. Next thing I was hearing that it was being debated whether he had declared before he had given the food. Now, how could you be in the middle of a disaster, people hungry, a lockdown, and then telling us that he had to come in to declare before his supermarket had given us the food? How could that be? But yet, I heard from the honorable member today something I didn't know. When we are under the state of emergency, though, and the then governor was in charge, call him directly and tell him go get food. You see the duplicitous nature? And the honorable member helped a lot of people during Irma Maria and COVID, and so did other supermarkets. But this honorable member here went out of his way. Not commending for it. That was a matter of life and death. And after that life and death, we in the middle now of this entity that got called upon us, debating whether it was correct, his actions, if he declared. And then they debated whether the member of health was correct in his actions. And then they debated whether the member of the backbench was correct. Can't we as elected members see that this is not a matter of whether we're going right or wrong, that this is a one-sided attack against our institution in terms of misinterpreting what it is has been interpreted to us one way for several years, and even differently by different attorneys? You think any member in this house gets up and going and intentionally goes and go do something wrong or something illegal? No. So we have to be careful when we trying to paint all people with the same brush, those who've gone wrong with the same brush. And might I add, Mr. Speaker, I heard it alluded to, and I'll end with this. A lot of people up and down talking about who coming back and who ain't coming back next election. They got some things that get straightened out here, because people hurting, and you have to do certain things to help get past this rough weather that we're in. There are people who want us to do certain things with the economy, but yet a lot of them don't want to be vaccinated. The people who are coming in more vaccinated than who here. When we are get ready? Well, if you don't want to be vaccinated, make sure that you're keeping your immune system healthy and strong, but you have to be tested every 2 weeks if you're going to be among the tourists. Because being vaccinated doesn't mean that you're not going to contract the COVID, but at least it helps you fight it with a higher risk, with a higher chance, of not dying. All people have to go and get vaccinated so we could open up the economy more and faster and avoid the potential of any more spread of the disease, of this virus. I'm going to say plain and simple, I am not going to mandate it, but I call on them to look personally within yourselves, look about your family, look about your business, look about your finances, and make the call and go get vaccinated. When we said what all we want to come into the Virgin Islands, people jump up and, oh, they had a field day on Facebook. When we removed the portal, oh, what a revolution it was. Now, on November 8th, coming near you soon. And November 8th, the US says, not a being get into the US unless you're vaccinated. I had never seen a body get up on Facebook here and jump on the US. We quickly always jump on our own. A lot of things I heard in different countries, Barbados, other countries, in credit to them. When I heard them were things we already implemented here, but a man has no honor in his own country. It's always that something is up, something behind the scene. You know, anytime you see somebody, I was calling somebody a crook and looking for thief, and check them out. My father tell me anybody that I was looking for thief in is a thief. Anybody who make sure they try to damage people's reputation with lies, they're trying to cover up their own. Everybody talking. I ain't talking yet. But today I'm doing a little talking. To let them to know I ain't going to sleep. I understand some of the cries and we're going to walk towards them. But I ain't a nut without a shell. And when you look and see, I'll end with this. I heard today alluded to the COI with something there, and I have to end with it, Mr. Speaker. 3 different cases come up with Bilanger status inside the COI. One, they called the fellow saying what he did, well, let's call it what they call it, called the Minister of Guard with the rapist. I don't know about that. I won't get into that now and get into any names. And Mr. Speaker, what is amazing about that is that that one was never approved. But how it was brought forward up to now, it sounds like we approved. And what is amazing is the minister went back into the COI and cleared it up, you know, but nobody in here to clear up that when it came to cabinet, the entity came that clean police record. So it was, when it was mentioned as in terms of what had happened, is why it came up. But you didn't hear that in the COI because the juicy part was the government trying to make sure that they help somebody that did whatever they're saying to get status, missing the whole boat about the facts that were surrounding that, including some other factors that I'll leave alone for now till later on, because I know this will come up during talking season, so I'll defend it then. And the second one that came up was a gentleman that was here living, played basketball with us for years, and got in trouble in another island. And when the gentleman got in trouble in the other island, he got his status here, I think in 2011, although he's been here nearly all his life. And we were fighting and pushing the then governor to bring that gentleman back because we heard that his family made representation to the same governor that the US said that they could solve the rest of their sentence in the BVI if it is allowed. And next thing we know, I won't go into the details, but one of these times I will, every blockade was used through a report that nobody ever knew existed. Why he denying that? And we brought to the attention of governors that there are persons who in Balsim got that just come out. We always only know the elected officials, you know, walking around, want to tear fire apart, tear this one apart. There's so much injustice going on that you're fighting here as premier by to keep my mouth shut. But this is someone I'll start to talk since people loose with their mouth now. One of the things that we are fighting is that persons who don't have any status here that were in jail and they came out and they're still here walking around, and we told the governor how they can be deported. And so who not from here that come out of jail based on the powers under the governor, we can't get him to deport them. But who from here that could come back and finish their sentence, which is that young man to be here, not to be free, but that young man who played basketball and have a family here and all of us know him, he can't get in, and the one who they have as a criminal not from here can't get out. And you think that we won't go in cabinet to fight them things, and they put it how they want when we went in the COI. And the third one, I'm afraid to say these things. The third one was a young lady that grew up here all her life and had a misstep. when she was in a relationship, something happened, the police came, and she was arrested. On the scale of crimes, it wasn't something high. But all crime ain't good, don't get me wrong. And they tell me that it says that you can't have it once you have a criminal record. And my answer is Section 18(1)(a) says that you have to be of good character. And that is something happened about a month ago. I was shocked to see it in the COI when they asked me about it, because that was lately. And they asked, why did you do that? And broke the law. I asked them, how did I break the law? Good character, when does that start? It starts from the time you're born and live straight up till you die and never get in trouble. It starts if you ever get in trouble in your teenage years, which is a lot of our young people now, when they turn their life around, and then after that they have a time frame where that record could be expunged, so you could use that time frame from when it's expunged forward to have a good character. When does good character start? Are you saying that once you make a mistake in life, you should never ever get anything else again? You should never ever ever be seen to be excelling again, because as far as you're concerned, that mistake that person made as a child should be held against them, especially knowing that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time and they're not a bad person. And that young lady, we vote yes because she has turned her life around. And we now under fire in the CO for doing something that I learned in church, that when all else fail, grace and mercy does come in. But our cultures are different. So this is not only about interpretation of the law in terms of the real the raw interpretation. It's also cultural interpretations. And that young lady all have about two or three children, all born here. What are we to do with this young lady? She doesn't even know a road from the country where she was born, because when she left there, she never went back. I think must be one time. Went through the whole primary school, high school, everything here, got in a little trouble in her teens. What are you telling me? We run a country now that when our young people, whether they were here for years or born here, and they get in trouble because one part of the partnership think that once you have a little trouble in your life, you should never rebound, that all of us must treat our people that way now. Well, if that's what people want to hold me for it. I don't even know the young lady if she passed in front of me. Lord, tell me in my spirit, based on what I read and everything, to give this young lady the opportunity. And what we read and everything was clear that she had turned around her life. But now you're in there answering for giving somebody a criminal record. And look how good they are. They mesh up all three of them, that people think that the one who got the status is the one who, the young man, what they were saying, did what he did. That's how crafty this whole thing is. And even some of them in here in this house went out there and meshed it together, make it seem like the fellow who they were claiming did whatever he did with the young lady allegedly is the one who got the status. They're so crafty. They try to destroy your name at all costs. And then come in here and make it sound like it's another story. As if I don't be on the street to hear what they said. Saturday gone, I got 5 calls asking me, how could you give that man what was a criminal status? I asked him, how you get that from? They tell me through the place like wildfire. You see why God is the only true and living judge? Everyone in this country now turn a judge. Everyone in this country now, all of a sudden, they get mail, it start go through WhatsApp. It's incorrect, you know, but it's going through. And when you ask somebody where you get that from, they tell you they get it from the horse's mouth. That time the horse even can't speak. If we want to grow as a country, we have to change our behaviors and stop leaving the malicious people lead us down the wrong road. Find out the facts before you move. And stop this condemnation mode that I see our people in. I'm not telling you to stop criticizing the government. That's a democratic right. You're supposed to keep us in check. But it's going on through the churches, it's going on through the business, it's going on through everything. We're becoming a country that's moving towards discrediting people and think that if I out your light, it will make mine illuminate more. And that's not in our DNA as Virgin Islanders. And we have to get back to where we are, where we were, where our parents were. None of us are perfect. But in every imperfection, the Lord could help us become as close to perfect as possible. So I said these things as a speaker because that doesn't want to condemn Mr. Neville Smith. with this motion, make it seem like you're going to make the world of money. You know what's amazing? The contract is $80-something thousand. By the time he done putting all the thing and everything, the cameras and everything, if you make 3,000 or 5,000 or 5,000 for it, he good. But that's the man business for 25 years. What are we to do? One time I went in politics in the gas station on Western Name, Big Ben's gas station. I don't own it, you know. And there were some government vehicles putting in gas, and the next thing I know, that they were checking me to see if I had declared Big Ben's gas station as an elected official. That belonged to a cousin of mine, man. And my name was dragged through the mud because there were some government vehicles getting gas there. So you mean even the gas, you got to come in here to declare? So if a government vehicle go and get gas from a station that somebody own, and they have a account there, you have to come here to declare? We have to go and get this law revised and make it modernized, not have it in a way where we come in here arguing each other and the public out there deciding who good from who bad, and it have us fighting each other. And all us trying to do is survive and thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, I said those things there because I am in full support of this hard-working young man, Mr. Neville Smith, who gives his last, adopts schools, give them all kind of things. He gave his last. Nobody is, well, most of them who condemning Neville Smith and his companies are the very people that he helping. And yet he gives beyond giving. Sometimes I just ask him, we call him sheep. Lord have mercy, you know. You show you give away too much. He said, I don't like to see people suffer. But yet, a man who has a business for 25 years and didn't come to ask to do anything that's wrong, just come to say, look, I bid for a contract, I'm the successful tenderer in this thing, and I have come to the house before I sign to let the house know I've won this contract. Can I get your permission to go into it? All the other time he didn't know before, so he was cleaning up anything that he had before. There's one coming now that he didn't recognize that he has, that his partner signed about a year or so ago. And he found it and he come to clean them up and realize what he has to do from here. A young politician in business for 25 years, trying to make sure he does the right thing. And we have it like he's trying to do something wrong or rob the government or get fat while people out there struggling. That's how we're painting it. So, Mr. Speaker, I move the motion, I support the motion, and I believe in my people, and I believe we need to continue to put more measures in place to ensure accountability and transparency. And I so support this motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Speaker for his wrap-up. Honorable members, I thank the Honorable Premier for his wrap-up. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded to exempt the Honorable Neville A. Smith from vacating his seat. Those in favor? Those against? Okay, what we will do is we'll go through the yea and nay, and then at the end of that, we'll do the division of votes. So those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. There has been a request for a division of votes in keeping with Standing Order 49.3. I therefore call upon the clerk to call each of the 13 elected members' name. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those against the motion will say no. I call upon the clerk. I can only account for members in the chambers, the well of the chambers. Minister.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, member for the 6th District. Can't hear you. Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles, territorial member. Honorable Shari B. De Castro, territorial member.
Aye.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy, member for the 1st District. Honorable Julian Fraser, member for the 3rd District. Honorable Calvin Malone, territorial member.
Aye.
Honorable Marlon A. Penn, member for the 8th District. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, member for the 5th District.
Aye.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, member for the 2nd District. Honorable Mac H. Vanterpool, member for the 4th District.
Aye.
Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, member for the 7th District. And Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, member for the 9th District.
I've been handed the tally of the Madam Clerk. There are 8 yes and 4 members absent, which means every member currently in the well of the House have voted yes, and there are 4 members absent. Therefore, the motion is passed. Before we go to the second motion, let me just bring some apologies from Honorable Vincent Whitley, who had to leave because of official travel. And honorable members, as we move into the second motion, I just want to again remind members of Standing Order 38-1 to try your very best to confine your debate to the subject at hand. It saves times, and it also keeps us within the rule. I've allowed members to speak, and that's, I think, my philosophy, that you're here to speak and you have the right to speak. But notwithstanding that, we also have to be guided by standing orders. So I'm asking for the second time that members please, and I don't like to interrupt members while they're speaking, but please confine your debate to the subject at hand, which is the resolution on Honorable Smith in regards to his exemption. I call again. I call again on the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business to move a second motion. Second motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 67(3)(e) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 UKSI 2007 number 1678 provides that subject to subsection 7, an elected member of the House of Assembly shall vacate his or her seat if the member becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands for an account of the public service, or if any form in which the member is or becomes a partner, or a company of which the member is or becomes a director or manager becomes a party to a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. Whereas Section 6, subsection 7 provides that if in the circumstances it appears just to do so, the House of Assembly may exempt an elected member from vacating his or her seat under subsection 3(e) if the member before becoming a party to a contract or before or soon as practicable after becoming interested in a contract with the government of the Virgin Islands by virtue of being a partner in a firm or director or manager in a company which has a contract with the government, discloses to the House of Assembly the nature of the contract and his or her interest in the firm or company involved in the contract. Whereas Honorable Neville Smith is an elected member of the House of Assembly, Whereas the Honorable Neville Smith is a director of Caribbean Security Limited, whose registered office address is located at Carrimar Chambers, Rotown, Tortola, British Virgin Islands, and which company provides security services and related systems installation. Whereas the government of the Virgin Islands, through the Ministry of Finance, entered into a contract with the company on the 6th day of December 2019 for the delivery of items such as access controls and intercoms for the refurbished police headquarters at Sir Oliver George's Plaza, Tortola, British Virgin Islands, for a total contract sum of $15,980.24. Whereas by virtue of being a director of Caribbean Security Limited, the honorable member has an interest in the contract with the company as foresaid. Whereas this resolution discloses to the House of Assembly the contract signed with the government of the Virgin Islands and the interest of the honorable member in the contract by virtue of being a director of the company. Whereas this resolution is a request by the honorable member to the House of Assembly to exempt the honorable member from vacating the House of Assembly. And whereas the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, the Premier and Minister of Finance, has by motion moved the House of Assembly to exempt the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Now be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands exempts the Honorable Neville Smith from vacating his seat as an elected member of the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this one, as I said, was 2019, and through the exercise of mopping up, so to speak, any contract that the member had with government, this one was one that was overlooked because the member did not know of the contract in this vein. Since becoming elected, what the member has done, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that he's not around the company, but with a day-to-day. Therefore, his other business partners are the ones who go out, whether private or in government, to seek certain contracts. And being that they also, the members of his company lately had to learn that being elected, even although he's not the one who have to be around to sign the contracts, he's still part of the company, that he has to be made aware if it is dealing, especially when it's dealing with government, so that these kind of things don't slip his eye again. We have had that assurance from his business partner that definitely was one in which he would have not been involved in the sign of it with government and what all went through with that transaction. Again, it was nothing done outside of the ambit of transparency and good governance. And the member was asked to make sure that anything that was outstanding, please bring them. The last house that he did this, we really thought that that was all until there was a full scoping exercise of what may be out. And this was one that did not make it the last time. So the member wants to be well in line with the laws of the house. So he has brought this, although it was not one that he would have known, but still his name is on because it's dealing with government to have it properly regulated. And now he has since had meetings with his company, as I said, to really bear down, to let them to know that once you're elected and you're doing any kind of business with government, because his name is part of the company, they just have to make sure that it's known to them before you go ahead and proceed, no matter how small or big the contract or purchase order is, because we want to make sure that the member stays within line of the law. And he himself is the one who brought this forward when he recognized that that this was an error that was missed out. So I so move this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
I simply rise, Mr. Speaker, to say that I support the member not being exempt, being exempt from vacating. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor remains open. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution on this particular resolution. The resolution on the order paper, I think is numbers 8 and 9, to exempt the Honorable Member Neville Smith from vacating his seat. Mr. Speaker, I sat and I listened to the contributions of the previous debate. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be remiss of me to sit through this next resolution and not put on the record my views and my position on this particular matter. Mr. Speaker, the last time we were here, I think it was our first virtual House meeting where we actually had on the order paper the subsequent resolution, or one prior to this resolution, for the honorable member to not vacate his seat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I expound some particular position, and I think today, more so this resolution than the previous resolution, that position still holds through today. Speaker, there's a saying that after that initial debate, I myself, when I heard the discourse being emitted publicly, I had to go back and listen to what I actually said, because the society that we live in have a way of twisting and manipulating words, and I pride myself and I try to be as publicitly clear, Minister, that's the word, publicitly clear, crystal clear. That's a better word. Crystal clear is a better word, a familiar word. On what I say in this honorable House, in my position, and my positions in this honorable House, because the positions that we hold as elected members, and some of us have various positions in the realm of elected members, comes with much responsibility, saying that who much is given, much is expected. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear, as it was in the debate that we had, virtual debate that we had, and I heard the same tone today. Mr. Speaker, I assure you I'll stay specifically on task on the particular resolution before us. About maturity in this House, about whose side you're on, where's the UK or the BVI, Mr. Speaker. And protect the institutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, political maturity is where we could debate issues without personalizing the issues that we debate. All of us in this honorable House, and that's the reason why we debate. Debate is the hallmark of this institution, of the political process. It's the reason why we debate. We all are not going to agree on the approach. There are going to be points in time when we agree on the approach, and there are going to be points in time when we differ. We need to be mature enough not to conflate debating the substance and merit of what is being done to it being personalized to the individual. Mr. Speaker, then, and my position is no, it's not any personal gripes with our member who is going to receive this exemption. It's about us ensuring, as we've done time and time after time when we're in this honorable house, on matters such as this, and when there are variances or differences, to ensure that the institution is not compromised by any decision that we make in this honorable house. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, from the onset, make it extremely clear, because I remember, as I said, the last time I left the virtual meeting, it wasn't the weekend thereafter, I went into my community, and everywhere I go, you're hearing the rumor mill and the mischief makers, because that's a word that we use a lot these days, that how I have a personal problem with a member, and how I trying to defeat the member and get a member out of his seat, and all manner of things. We have to go, as I said, Mr. Speaker, listen back to what I actually said. We have to be mature enough to debate issues and debate the things that impact this house and this institution that we all pledge to uphold, or we all pledge to enrich when we were elected by the good people of these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot arbitrarily talk about institutional building when it's convenient. Mr. Speaker, I remember when we had the debate on the member for the third, senior member of this House, brought a resolution to debate whether or not we should reprimand the governor regarding, I think it was a day delay in bringing the, I think it was at the time the title of one of the Auditor General reports. I believe it was the Beaver Airways report, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we sat in this honorable house, we were back and forth. I think it was, I can't remember this particular date now. Memory, some escapes me at this point. But I remember that there was some confusion on the interpretation of the standing orders and whether the member had standing to bring that particular resolution to reprimand the governor in this House. We went back and forth, Mr. Speaker, took several recesses, that we decided that the best course of action was to get a legal opinion on the matter and then come back and then you will make a ruling. I think at that time we got a legal opinion from the then Attorney General, which was the Honorable Baba Assis. And we even got a legal opinion from a private attorney on the matter concerning the ability to, or for the members' resolution to be debated now in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember the last time we were before this Honorable House on a matter like this, where there's a protracted timeline in terms of when the contract will come forward. I asked for a resolution. I asked that we get an opinion on the matter. And I think we did the one before because we wanted to ensure that when we made a decision going forward, we have standing and we were building and securing the institution to ensure that any such resolution come forward, that thereafter there's a precedent. there's a standing, a legal standing that says that this is how we proceed in matters of this nature. Speaker, I ask for the opinion, I ask that we get from the Attorney General opinion. I was asked that then that I had to put it in writing to get an opinion. Interestingly enough, the same Attorney General acting now is here. Mr. Speaker, the same standard that we did to uphold the integrity of this institution for a resolution to reprimand the governor is the same standing, especially where there are gray areas. I appreciate the member for the 4th District for his contribution earlier concerning his interpretation of the Constitution and what he feels the Constitution says and how it should work, and all of us have our own interpretation. I respect the member's interpretation because the member is a senior member of this House. He's a member, in fact, who was sworn in as Attorney General, so I see why the mistake was made to almost swear in the member as Attorney General, because they saw something in you, member, in your ability to dissect and dice up the legal documents of which we have to be governed by. But all this to respect my honorable colleague. An issue like this, I believe we need to get a firm constitutional lawyer to give us an opinion to ensure that we not only protect the member in question, we protect the institution, and we protect subsequent members who would find themselves in such a circumstance. Mr. Speaker, I'm under no illusion, nor do I believe that the honorable member in question, as I said this before my comments tonight, and I want to make that clear, because of those who wish to divide and conquer, we use that divide and conquer just when it comes to the UK. But the divide and conquer happens even within ourselves and amongst ourselves. Because the member in question coincidentally happened to be a family member whose house that he grew up with was bordered with my grandparents' home by a little broken down wire fence that you didn't even have to go through the hole. You just had to step over. And you were in his yard and vice versa. He was in my yard. He's much older than I am. And him and my uncles played basketball, whom I admired during I was growing up in my younger days. So to create that perception that there's some rift between the member and I want to make sure that that's very clear, that that's not the case. This is not personal. And we need to be mature enough to know that we could disagree on approaches. We could have responsible discourse, responsible discussion on these issues without those divisionary and divisive dialogue. So I want to make that clear from the onset, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Premier said this, and he said that it needs to be a legislative, we call it a judicial review. Am I correct, Premier, in my terms I use? I think it's judicial review. I heard the Premier said in terms of reviewing the constitutional tenets that speaks to this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that we're clear that those who are watch over, those who are watching in, could say that these members followed all the necessary guidelines and steps to ensure that whatever decision the House make was made within the standing of the constitutional frame. And I agree with the member on most of what he said, that it is clear that it's the House's decision. But sometimes that decision has to be supported and based on a certain level of understanding on certain things and clarity, as we did with the resolution that was brought by the honorable member for the third. And I believe the same thing is true for this particular, considering the protracted time in which has lapsed before. I would never believe a member would intentionally, as a member that I know, try to evade this house and not do what is right. In fact, the member and I have talked about these issues even before it got to this point. In the early days of the members being elected into the honorable house, we spoke about the member ensuring that the member would understood that aspect of the Constitution and the implication of it. We had that conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, again I ask that we consider and seriously consider going forward, ensuring that we get a proper constitutional lawyer, an opinion from a constitutional lawyer, an opinion from the Honorable AG on this matter to ensure that there's a clear position, even as we go through the process of constitutional review, if we're able to do so, as is due this year, to ensure that in future it is clear what is expected of members, what the position is in cases like this, and if there's an issue where there's a genuine issue where the member did not know, a genuine issue where it was an oversight with no malintent, that there's some leverage in terms of dealing with these measures. And my personal position and my personal view is my personal view. And I personally, and the last time I was here and I spoke on this matter, it was brought up that we're being duplicitous in how I came to the house and I sought an exemption, etc., etc. And I want to make sure I'm clear on that, Mr. Speaker, because I know that these things, we're very crafty here. Some of us are here alone and others, but we all are very skilled in linguists, in the words. And I used to, when I was growing up in East End, we used to, in the same year that I just spoke about, we used to try to spin top. And I was never a good top spinner. I could barely get wrap up. My cousin Brian was a king on spinning tops. He lived one house down below my grandmother's house, up in Chapel Hill. So I wouldn't aim to match the master spinners of top that we have in this house, the spin masters. But Mr. Speaker, when I came before this honorable house to seek my exemption, and I want to clarify that, and I think it's important that the record is clear, because these things have a way of being revived. There's some of us in this honorable house who are good historians, but history of the politics, particularly in the BVI, only go as far back as 2011. Sometimes they can't remember the other years before. As a historian with very short historic recollection, you only could go back to 2011, and it tends to stop at 2019, February 2019. So that's as far as the history goes these days. Mr. Speaker, I came to this house, sought an exemption, and it was for a statutory organization, Mr. Speaker. And the opinions that were brought before me at the time was the then Attorney General Christopher Malcolm. I had a private attorney to advise on the matter. We had an informal meeting on the matter. And the members then said, based on the opinions, the majority of the members said it wasn't necessary because of the opinions and the positions that were raised at that time. Mr. Speaker, and I made it extremely clear to the Premier then, Premier, I'm a new politician, I'm new to this process, and I want to be fully transparent in any decision that I make as a politician, as a leader of this country. And Mr. Speaker, came to the House, it was done. And Mr. Speaker, as I reflect, Mr. Speaker, and the contract was, I didn't even sign a contract. It was months after I was asked by my then employer, said, look, you will work on this very critical system before you went into politics. You have a lot of institutional knowledge that we need to get the final phase of this project done and have it executed and released. And I'm glad that I did go back, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sorry that I did, because it wasn't worth the headache in terms of for me, it wasn't about money. Because, Mr. Speaker, for the 2 years that I went and I supported the relaunch of the Virgin system, which today is a flagship application for this country. It is an application that after the passage of Hurricane Irma and Maria, it is what kept this country financially buoyant and what kept our country moving forward, even after the disasters of those two devastating storms. So it wasn't about that, and I'm proud that I did, and I was able to contribute to the team that worked on that particular project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and there wasn't a financial reward. I asked, when this debate came in, I asked I went back to FSC. I couldn't remember how much money that was paid over that period. So I asked them to send me a printout of the money that was paid. Because, Mr. Speaker, the small tongue in the hair thing. And you heard he making $250,000 a year. It was printed in some of the then online media house on the tens and hundreds of thousands I was making. Again, sometimes, Abba Vanderpool, you have to sometimes check yourself to make sure that it's the same person you're talking about. So I asked for a printout, and I have it there. It was 18,000, I think it's let me pull it up to be accurate. $18,350, I think it was, for 2 years, supporting my people, my country, who gave so much of me, to ensure that we had, with the expertise that I was gained and learned through the education that was spent on me through this country, to put that system in place. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it was, for me, I'm glad I did and I'm sorry I did. Because it wasn't about money for me then, and for me, I believed you have to make a decision. While the Constitution gives you the ability, this is my personal view, Mr. Speaker, and my view only. I made the personal decision, and that was 2012. I made a personal decision, as long as I'm in politics, I'm going to do that, be in politics, and serve the will and the wishes of the people who put me in politics to represent their interests. I subsequently made a decision not to get involved in anything like that, but that's my personal decision. The Constitution gives members the ability to do that. But we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe the Constitution the intent is for it to be carte blanche. We have to ensure going forward, Mr. Speaker, in our constitutional review, or even before that, put firmly the position and the intent of this going forward. We can't arbitrarily talk about protecting this institution when it's convenient. We have to protect this institution at all costs. I have a responsibility. I was elected, first and foremost, to work in this legislature, this legislative assembly, this House of Assembly, by the good people of the 8th District. I have a responsibility to them. And I was appointed through my colleagues here on my left, to represent as the leader opposition. And I have to ensure that at all costs, we ensure that the decision that we make as honorable members are in the best interest of this institution. Even though we have the right to make a decision, we have to make sure that that decision is made with firm footing, with firm standing. As we did with the resolution brought by the member of the third, where there are great areas, we need to make sure that we do the same in any subsequent decision that come before us in this honorable House, to ensure we set the right precedents going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, again, my position as it was then, it still stands. I want to make it clear, and I want to make sure that political maturity is when we could debate issues without it being personal. This is an issue not about the member, but about the institution and about the decision that we will make subsequently going forward. Additionally, this talk about who on what team and who against what, it seems to, and I see a trend in this House. We seem to be only on the other side or on a team, or we mature enough when we agree with things that the government do. When we agree with everything the government do, we find and dandy, we're on the same team, kumbaya. We're moving forward. But that's not how this House works. We now always agree. And there are many issues, on this side of the paper that I will agree with this honorable government about. And many decisions I've agreed with them about going forward. And I'm not saying I disagree with what's happening here either. But what I'm saying is that we need to ensure that when we make a decision, there's firm basis, there's firm legal standing for that decision. And as mentioned earlier by more than one member, it is important for us going forward to ensure that there's a clear judicial position on this issue of exemption of members. I have my personal view. My view should never, or the view of any individual member, should never trump this institution and the importance of this institution. But it means that the professionals and the persons who are scholars in this area need to give us a clear, and we need to be clear in terms of what the intent and what the will of the people of the Virgin Islands. A constitution has to be based on the will, not just of the elected members, but based on the will of the people of these Virgin Islands. That's why you have those long projected discussions in a public space, to ensure that people are clear in terms of what is being proposed in the Constitution, to ensure that those several tenets of the Constitution reflects the will and the wish of the people of these Virgin Islands. And that should always be our position. Opposition should always stand on the side of the institution and protecting the institution at all costs. Because we're transient. We're just vessels passing through these hallowed halls. Some of us here longer than others. Some of us are here for 2 decades. Some of us who are just here for 2 or 3 years. Some of us are here for a decade. But we all are just passing through. And our responsibility to ensure that this house is left stronger and better than we met it. I heard all the discussion about the COI and all those things and earlier debates. I won't give away, Mr. Speaker. There's going to be a time and place for those discussions. I don't believe that the time is now. It might be the place, but I don't think that the time is now, and I personally would not go there. But what I would say at this time is that we should always safeguard this institution. And as a leader of the opposition now in this humble house, that is my position, is that we need to get a clear legal position on this matter and how we would move forward going forward. Ultimately, as I respectful and agree that the House should always be the one making a decision, but it must always be the basis for those decisions. And Mr. Speaker, again, I will put that to this House, that we need to formally, whether it's through the constitutional review process, whether it's through the AG's office, who has the ability to do the research and get the opinions that they need through whatever support that they have in their office, legal support, to ensure that we put on the record of this House, for all and sundry to see that this is the position with matters like this particular resolution, where there's a protracted period. I think the initial contract was in December of 2019. We're now in October of 2021. You have to ensure that when we make this decision tonight or whenever we make this decision, that we're not doing something that will compromise this honorable House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for his contribution. The floor remains open for debate. With no other, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to be long on this particular debate, on this resolution before us. Because what I know and what I have heard from the comments and presentations that followed my contributions on the last resolution is exactly what I expected, Mr. Speaker, and nothing less than that. Mr. Speaker, this is almost becoming to the point where you can anticipate what will be said when I say something. It is becoming too predictable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we all set out in this honorable House purely, wholly, and solely to make a sacrifice to serve the people of this territory. to hopefully in our hearts, minds, and spirits, leave it in a better position than where those that served before us would have brought us to. And Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind that the honorable member, whom again I think this is now the fourth resolution, I could be wrong, I stand to be corrected, that is now being brought before this honorable house for this particular member, that his intentions, his beliefs, his thoughts, his hopes, his dreams for getting into servant leadership would be exactly what I stated, which is to simply help to build and shape this territory for the generations yet unborn, and make some meaningful contribution as we continue to stand on the shoulders of giants, of the men and women that not only served in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, but those that toiled and sacrificed, those that gave of their time, talent, and treasure to help to build what we have now, which we call home, these beautiful Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not at all misguided. Nor do I have a different thought that the member, the at-large member, Honorable Neville Smith, had and has the same beliefs. And Mr. Speaker, getting to know Honorable Smith personally, I realize that we have, from what I've seen and some of the things that we've discussed personally, privately, and publicly, I believe it is a genuine concern that he does have a heart for people. As do I, Mr. Speaker. He seemingly is not ashamed or afraid to speak when he needs to, even if it means going against the grain or the status quo or whatever the quote-unquote order of the day is, once he is not in favor of, don't feel convicted that it is in line with his beliefs and principles. And many times, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2.5 years, or 2 3/4 years that we've been here in this honorable house, we have basically held similar positions, thoughts, and ideas. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I know Honorable Smith, above all else, values is not so much what people may think say or feel about him personally. Not necessarily the public's opinion, because I believe, having been in this territory for as long as he's been in and served in different capacities and representing this territory regionally and internationally, Mr. Speaker, from his sporting platform and even in his profession, whether it is through the sound systems or even in the security, Mr. Speaker, I believe he is not worried because he's been here on this earth a lot longer than I have. But I believe he values especially what his parents think about him, specifically his mother. And that's one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that you must admire. You must admire, you must respect it. And Mr. Speaker, I do the contrast from the Honorable Smith's respect and love for his mother and his parents to that of mine, who today are celebrating their 43rd wedding anniversary. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that I was raised to not only recite, but to know and try to live up to, simply says, and it comes from the Bible, do what is right, love mercy, and walk humbly before God. Do what is right. Love the fact that you are not perfect, and the grace that you get, the mercy that you receive for the things that you're supposed to be punished for, but God gives you forgiveness. You're able to go another day and to walk humbly before God and men. Mr. Speaker, I have recited 2 or 3 times in this honorable house the words of T.D. Jakes, which simply says, it is not the movement of the clock that dictates time, but it is the movement in our mind. He goes on to say, it is not what people say about you that matter. It is what you say about yourself. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, having this great responsibility to do my earnest best to represent the people of the 2nd District who sent me here. Having the courage that I was raised with, to not be afraid to speak, to not be afraid to say what I need to say when it is necessary. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that the things that you've learned is when you do speak and when you do have the courage, rather than looking at what is said, there are all sorts of categories that people try to put you in, that they try to make you feel or seem that you are this or that. Anything to take the attention off of the real issue, whether it is them or the issue itself. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not what people say about you or what people say about me. I know who I am and I know whose I am. And I will never, ever, Mr. Speaker, cower to any threat or bow to any master. When I believe it is the right thing and I agree, I will state that I agree. And when I don't, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I don't. Because it seems like only when you are agreeing, then you are all good and all is well. And we are in this together. But when you have a different opinion, as the leader of opposition said, then you become immature. You become trying to be holier than thou, trying to have more integrity than others. Mr. Speaker, I am who I am, not perfect, but I'm not afraid. I don't have a scared bone in my body. That's not the way I was made. It's amazing, Mr. Speaker, that justifications can be developed on the spot sometimes to make things not seem the way they are. It's amazing that different stories could be told, whether truth or not, to try to help a particular point go in a direction that we seemingly want it to go. But, Mr. Speaker, I've always said numbers don't lie and numbers can't be words. They can't be manipulated like words. It either is or it isn't. The leader of opposition brought up a very good point, and it is not the first time that you've said it. And I remember the example, Honorable Penn, that you brought up with the Honorable Fraser. I wasn't here for the previous example that I hear many people talking about with the past, I think he was the past speaker, Honorable Keith Flax, and his issue with conflict. But I was here when the Honorable Member for the Third, the senior member of the House, raised his resolution, and I was the one to second that motion. Me. I didn't know where he was going because he didn't discuss it with any of us on this side. But I second the motion to understand what and where the member was headed because he brought something, Mr. Speaker, to me, even though I'm sitting and serving in my second term, that I was unaware that can be done. And if we are all honest in this honorable house, it took every member by surprise. I think we recessed at one point in that sit-in for almost 2 hours. And then we came back a few days later. But when I understood, Mr. Speaker, where the member was headed with his resolution, even though I had seconded the motion, my contributions were not all contrary to the member's motion, but it came back to what I personally and professionally believe. That you can't tell me we have an aha moment on one hand, and we have not done some of the things that we know for years. But we want to do, I got you. Mr. Speaker, if anybody knows me, they would know. I left here at 13 years old. I understand racism. I understand what it means to be a black man living in this world. In Boston, Massachusetts, Mr. Speaker, I remember being on a field trip and pulled off a bus by a white policeman. After sleeping for 45 minutes, my eyes were fire red. We got some cut up money from the Federal Reserve Bank that we visited in Boston, and they gave each of one of us a little bag of shredded money, old bills. And someone, whether on the highway or wherever they were, saw us, group of black kids on a bus, and decided to call the police. We were pulled over. I was one of 4 that was dragged off that bus. Asked to empty my pockets, Mr. Speaker. And when I pulled the little small bag of shredded US currency notes out of my pocket, one of the officers say, "Uh-huh." By the time he said, "Uh-huh," the other one had my face against the police car. So I understand. I understand very much. I understand what it means to be on the track and field team. At 15 years old, one of the fastest kids in a school of 2,500. I used to run track. I can't run as much now. But running through your neighborhood, Mr. Speaker, which was predominantly white, exercising and being pulled over on more than one occasion by officers who felt I shouldn't be in the neighborhood where I lived with my aunt, running for track to represent the town of Framingham, where I went to school. Mr. Speaker, I know what it means to come and having had the opportunity to attend historically black college and university and understanding the importance of knowing my heritage and appreciating the struggle that our people went through and had gone through. And even to this day, Mr. Speaker, some of us are still enslaved mentally because of some of the Willie Lynch principles, the breaking of the black man. But Mr. Speaker, I am not one that makes and is here to stand to make excuses, because I believe excuses are tools of the incompetent. I'm one who should not be here. But with the time that I have here, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do what I feel is necessary. In the best interest of the people that I represent, and in the best interest of the God I serve and the family who I'm responsible for. Leader opposition, Mr. Speaker, spoke and called for an opinion on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I will support that move and call wholeheartedly. And even when, Mr. Speaker, that, whether it is granted or not, it will still be said that Honorable Penn and Honorable Turnbull were fighting against the Deputy Speaker, because we always want to have confusion. Mr. Speaker, the last resolution, because I am not a lawyer, as I said then, and nothing changed from that last resolution to this one. But the contributions and the debates that you heard, if I was to use my good deacon and one of the elder statesmen, the member for the fort who brought me, helped to bring me into this politics, and now he decided he gone. Good man. If I was to use some of the illustrations and points that he brought out of the same Constitution, Mr. Speaker, 66, 67, and you read all of them. And compare what we had then with the last resolution, Mr. Speaker, and for the record, so the people would know, that last resolution that I spoke for almost 44 minutes on, I voted yes for. To come to this particular resolution, Mr. Speaker. Because I go to words. As soon as practicable. If you let Mitch interpret that, I'm going to have my personal interpretation. I have an understanding of what that could mean. So that's where I wholeheartedly side with the leader of opposition in terms of us understanding. We had an informal meeting, Mr. Speaker, some weeks back, and even prior to that, I think we were right here in this house, and I asked the question, why is it that we're putting ourselves in a position for people to tell us what we should be doing or should not be doing when we are the ones responsible for making these laws and making these decisions? But Mr. Speaker, I would be lying to myself and lying to the people of this territory to state that I wholeheartedly comprehend and understand all the merits within these two particular sections, given what is before us, not just for Honorable Smith. There have been others. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is in fact from 2007, but it is still the law and quote unquote the governing Bible that we have to legislate and carry ourselves by. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe for a second Honorable Smith willfully didn't bring this here. Whether he knew about it or didn't know about it, I don't believe that. I don't even believe, Mr. Speaker, he would have put himself in a position, knowingly, to go through this level of scrutiny by members of this House and the public. And again, Mr. Speaker, not for Honorable Smith, not for Neville H. Smith, not for him, for those that he respects, for his parents and his children. That is the crux of it for me, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, if we look at black and white, without a clear understanding of what this is intended, because now we have already put ourselves in a position where others have made determinations of what should or shouldn't happen to the honorable member. In the last House of Assembly, I think, Mr. Speaker, there were about 3 or 4 resolutions brought on the members who had served in that last House of Assembly. I believe in this current House, we're probably up to 7 or 8. I could be wrong. But Mr. Speaker, we're going through these motions, and if we're all being honest, with the exception of the AG, who would have the most legal mind in this honorable House, I don't believe we fully and clearly understand what it says. It's left to our individual interpretation. So, a clear understanding, it is what is needed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what do you do when you're put in a position like this? What do you do, Mr. Speaker, when you are faced with a situation like this? Mr. Speaker, none of us are perfect. And as much as we're not perfect, Mr. Speaker, I believe all of us must be responsible and held accountable, Mr. Speaker, for the time that we are here serving the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, each particular part of 66 and 67 specifically those particular wards as soon as practicable. What is going to be the decision, Mr. Speaker? Because if, like the last resolution that was just passed, for the honorable member not to vacate his seat for a contract that has not been signed, and then we come to this one that has been signed for over 2 years, or just about 2 years. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that we will all vote yea and exempt the member and then set a precedent, Mr. Speaker? Or are we saying that we will vote no, Mr. Speaker, and have the member vacate his seat? Or are we going to say, Mr. Speaker, we're going to call for clarity, for further review and opinion, Mr. Speaker, that once and for all it is not left to an individual's interpretation, but it is clear, and because right now, Mr. Speaker, it is clear as mud. This piece here in the legislation, for me at least, is clear as mud. Are we going to take the time and be responsible as elected men and women and ensure that we have an understanding that if and when situations like these arrive again, that we would know without thought? Because there are those members, Mr. Speaker, who would have went and would have played a role, I guess without the exception of Honorable Mark, Honorable Vanterpool Sari, the Honorable Premier, and I think in his private capacity at that time, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking Honorable Malone would have then had some sort of involvement with the formation of this Constitution from 2007. What did they intend for this to be? You were in there? No, you weren't there? You were in the House, but not there. Mr. Speaker, what was the intent? And the intent can't be based on how I feel today. It can't be based on how I feel next week. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker, in this law that governs us so that we will know that we know that we know that if John Brown come from wherever he comes from or she comes from, that we would know what our Constitution dictates, and we will guide and guard ourselves accordingly. Mr. Speaker, that is the question. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to play in the mud. That's where a lot of people want you to go. They want you to play in the mud with them. Only hog to play in mud. the back and forth and all the things that are being insinuated, Mr. Speaker, for whatever reasons that persons might feel it is doing them good and doing them benefit, that's fine. I am good. My submission, Mr. Speaker, on this resolution is simply to get clarity, to get a clear understanding, Mr. Speaker. Because if precedence has been set one way versus the other, that means this House, Mr. Speaker, has gone contrary to itself over the years that he has been established since 2007. So, Mr. Speaker, my submission, I repeat again, respecting and valuing the heart of the member who finds himself in this predicament, is that we take heed to the plea. I don't know if you were pleading, but I help him beg for the leader of opposition and get, I think he called for constitutional lawyers, he called for the AG's opinion and whomever else's opinion that we would need, Mr. Speaker, so that we can get a clear position. Because, Mr. Speaker, it would be, as much as we may want to get through this sitting and get through this motion, it would be a disservice to this House. It would be a disservice to the institution that we are claiming to continually build. And it would be a disservice to the people of the Virgin Islands if we just simply continue on, have the Premier wrap up, go to a vote, because we are looking at whatever we're looking at, and we know without a shadow of a doubt that there are questions that we are unsure of relating to those 4 words. Because I could use an example, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Vanterpool, you know I love him a lot. One member used to say, we'll get your pants off. Also, it used to be shut, then he come in pants. It's very amazing the things you hear on the campaign trail. Hello? Cha-ching. But, Mr. Speaker, when the same issue that was raised with the governor calling the Honorable Vanterpool during the lockdown, as soon as practicable, was the member for the 4th District supposed to tell the governor, while people hungry, and try to feed them, wait, we gotta go to the House Assembly? When this was a decision being made through, I believe, the HEOC and the cabinet at the time. But shortly thereafter, Mr. Speaker, because the hurricanes were one thing that the, what is it called now? The NEOC was responsible for, but it is no different, Mr. Speaker. The HEOC still has the same type of powers because this is a health pandemic. So as soon as was practicable, the honorable member was able to bring, or have the Premier bring, the resolution regarding his food business. So as soon as practicable, is it 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, Mr. Speaker? And if it is that, they'd say so. And if it is not that, Mr. Speaker, you need to say so. Because it can't say go through 67, 66, and 67 with all these clauses in it of why and how a member should vacate his seat or not vacate his seat, and you don't understand why and how and when, what's the timing. I won't labor any further, Mr. Speaker, only to state that we need, Mr. Speaker, to be absolutely sure on the merits of what is intended by these two clauses. And I am not, Mr. Speaker, looking at the person. That's why I was so careful, Mr. Speaker, to highlight what I see as the qualities and character of the honorable member. So I'm not looking at the person, Mr. Speaker. But in this business, Mr. Speaker, here before us, we must look at the principle of what we're trying to achieve. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we will seek the advice that is necessary to be able to make and formulate a decision that will be in the best interest of this House, of this territory, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the people that we serve. I thank you.
I thank the member for the the second district for his contribution. For what reason do you wish to make an intervention, Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for a point of clarification, I made a comment earlier and I wanted to make sure that the record is accurate when I make comments in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that the monies that were paid to me when I sought exemption in this House was $18,250. I went back and got the actual record. The actual amount was $18,407.71. So I just want to make sure that the record reflected accurately what I said in this House.
Very well. Thank you. The floor remains open. Do you have a point of information, Minister? Because you spoke already. Point of information? Okay, I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of information only to, again, clear up the issue because it was asked of 3 or 4 members who may have had some input in the 2007 Constitution formation and the intent. What is clearly not intended is for you to have nothing, want nothing, do nothing, and be nothing. And I say so without excuse, only because we look at the Constitution and we nitpick from them because at the time possible also relates, as I would say, and I've said this from 2019 till now, when it comes to the account, the audited reports of this country. We have some issues, constitutional issues, that we probably need to have round robin, because I see that as a point where we need a Marshall Plan to get these in, because if there's anything that can be divisive, it is that particular issue. But I would like to say again that if a legislature get into business, he's in the food business, and all of a sudden he's in the excavator and trucking business because he is Minister of Works, we have a problem. If I am leasing space and we get into business, get into the House of Assembly, should I void all contracts with government? We have a problem. So I am saying to you is that when these were set up, It was set up so that it does not exclude persons who may wish to enter into business. So I don't know if it complicates the understanding, if it clarifies it, but one of the criteria of coming into this does not include not having any existing business, or when you get into it, voiding yourself, of that particular business. As soon as practical, is the debate of which the members seek to interpret. The AGs from 67 till now, you're telling me they ain't get it right. At the end of the day, my vote is not to have the member exempt on the fact that he is reporting it, on the fact that he did not move from point A to point Z, and on the fact that he's here before this very house for it to be considered. I don't know what else to say, but I say that it seems quite clear to me, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his information. Leader of the opposition, you had an intervention.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member, I just want to make it clear, the member seemed to have acquired a legal certificate in the last couple of years that I didn't know about, but I just want to make it clear my position in terms of, I'm nowhere saying that the ladies years before have gotten it right and haven't gotten it right, and I have to speak for me. And I want to, if the member is aware that there has been any circumstance where there's been 2 years past where a contract wasn't declared. So if there was a precedent where this has happened and the AG has ruled and there's a position on it, I think this House should get that legal interpretation or a legal position. If the member is aware of such legal position or interpretation, I think it should be shared with the House and shared with the members. That would aid us in making our decision on giving our vote. No one is saying that the members don't have the right to the vote. In fact, we should always uphold that right that we have as members elected on behalf of the people. But if there's such a position, Minister, I would love to see that position. It would help and aid all of us, all 13 of us, in making our decision on this and subsequent decisions like this going forward. And I want to have the ability to, that law school that she went to be able to get that decision, that legal degree so quick. Give me a card or a business card so I could get same kind of education quickly.
Okay. Honorable members, I just want to remind members, and I don't want to, after you have debated, to re-debate again at the same level. I will just humbly and politely remind members that there are upon three reasons when one can make an intervention is a point of information, a privilege motion, and a point of order. So once the intervention is not complying with those three things, I will say that we ought to move on, unless the good Minister for Health and Social Development has any further information to add, then we'll move on.
Necessary, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. The floor remains open because I think the hands-on officer is now requesting a break. So I just want to finish this and then we'll take a break and perhaps we'll come back for the final resolution and maybe we'll return on Monday. Is there any other speakers? Okay, with no one indicating their desire to speak, I'm going to invite the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we wrap up this motion, I'd like to say that it's always interesting when you listen to these debates because you have to respect everyone's point of view. And I've learned to do that. And whenever I listen to the debates, I realize that we are maturing more and more in this honorable House. I always take a smile though because, members of the opposition are always saying that this is not a tick for tack. But they continue to tat, but they don't want us tick. And when we start to tick, they get vexed saying that we're going after the tat. But I see the member stated about this interpretation, and there's only one way to solve this, because even in CUI there was a final interpretation given by the government's lawyer on this. And it again shows that we are doing the correct thing. It has some slight deviations in it, again, because that's a 6-layer. I give 4 different AGs, the COI, and even the government's lawyer. That's 6 different ones. Some of them similar, but still some deviation in their opinions. So it only calls for the full judicial review of something like this and to get a full ruling, and we all know how we're moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the concerns of this motion, and I want to state that over the years, I have done some research with the different motions that come through this House. And I was trying to get how far back I could go based on my records, but I only get as far as, I know that as far as 2009, I remember 21st of May 2009, we did this same exercise with Honorable Bonham Malone with something that he was doing with law. And in 2009, the 24th of May, that was the Honorable Vincent Scatliffe with something with medicine. The 24th of May 2009, it was Dr. D. Orlando Smith with something with medicine. The 10th of January 2013 was Honorable Marlon A. Penn, and he said that it was dealing with the Virgin. Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill with 21st March 2013, and that 21st March 2013, that was dealing with some lands that government urgently needed to use, so he played it safe and brought it here. The 12th of August 2019, Honorable Neville Smith with his motion dealing with his security company and security company / sound systems companies, which is what he has. And the 12th of September 2019, that was Honorable Kevin Malone dealing with businesses that he had long before he got in, that was extension of contracts where government was renting and other systems that he had in terms of sewage, which he has had for quite a while. And on the 23rd of June 2020 was one other contract where government extended the lease with the place he had, and the 17th of July the same, 2020. 17th of July. We saw the 7th of October, there were 2 motions for Honorable Mag Vanderpool. And the 12th of August, there was a motion there for Honorable Smith where he thought he had cleared up everything. And he stated that, not he, but we stated that we thought that cleared up everything, but he missed one. So that's why we're here today in October to clear up this last one. I hate to break up that little meeting, but I remember when Honorable Marlon Penn came in, he was doing some fact checking, And the first time that the leader of the opposition brought to the House the contract, and I just want to make sure that we have the facts correct, because we're saying that we're misleading the people, and I don't want that to happen. He said he didn't receive a dime from his contract at FSC. But in the Hansard report, the last time we were here, based on the report that I have here, it stated that I received $10,000 from the contract, but all was paid out to subcontractors. That's in the notes. Today, the Honorable told us first he received $18,350 for 2 years with his contract. And then he said he wanted to make the records correct, so he came back and he said it's 18,000. The earplugs in here no more? Okay, $18,407.00. Well, we have to check to see, because you see, in the times, that's why I'm talking about difference in the way things are presented. Honorable Neville Smith now and Honorable Malone and Honorable Mack in this era had to bring in the amount of their contract in the motion. They had to bring in what it was for in the motion, because and the AG coming on to the end of his tenure, and the last one and this one insist that that be part of it. So persons knew what Honorable Malone was making, they knew what Honorable Neville Smith is making. Well, not making, but what the cost of the contract is, because by the time you take out the money, you barely make anything. And what Honorable Mack would have made for the supply of food. But back then, we didn't have the amounts attached to the contracts. So I did not recognize that, but since the member told us the first time in the House when this come up, that he did not make, the leader of opposition said he did not make a dime on the contract. The second time he said that he made $10,000, but it was paid out to subcontractors. And this time he said that he made $18,350 for 2 years, but he had corrected lately just a while ago and said it was an error. He made $18,407. But I just want us to do some fact checking, because when we check off of a question that you asked us and we were checking who all had contracts, we got from FSC that your contract was $141,000 for 2 years. So that's an answer to a question coming up. So I don't want to play Jeopardy with you, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. So we don't know which is it, 0, 10,000, 18,350, 18,407, or 141,000 for that one contract with some other services that say were there. But what it has taught us, though,
well, the premier is putting things on the record. And if he's putting these things on the record, he needs to bring the evidence. I have the evidence of what I was paid, and I will put it on the record of this House. So if he's going to put those things on the record in terms of what I made from FSC, he needs to put on record the evidence of what I made from FSC.
Mr. Speaker, you don't bring to the record what's on the record. The only thing that wasn't on the record before is $141,000. The records of the House, the member can pick them up himself. The Hansard, he has access to it, just like I have access to it here, and I read them. The member said the last time he made $10,000 from the contract, and it was paid out to subcontractors. I didn't say it. I didn't make it up. I didn't type it. But before then, with some other motions that came up before, we was told, according to the Hansard which he researched, because I had to go do mine, because I remember different figures were coming up, so I had to research. It was that he didn't make anything on it. I don't want to misquote that part, because I didn't work with the whole part of that first part, but I know it wasn't that you didn't make anything on it. Those are the records of the House, so those could be researched by the member to see if those were said verbatim. I don't interrupt us.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not interrupting the member. The member is making statements that are attributed to me and as a suggestion to the public that I made $141,000 from FSC for a contract a year and other services, which is totally not true, Mr. Speaker. The record that the actual record of what I was paid, most of the work that I did to the FSC was pro bono work. I did work on behalf of my country, Mr. Speaker. And the records is clear in terms of the monies that I made. And I have the records here, and I'm going to lodge this record with the House for accuracy, because I don't want it go to the public suggesting that I, Marlon Penn, made $141,000 from FSC, which is patently false. It's false.
Okay, honorable members, this is what we're going to do. The Premier said that the hands-on report said that you said it was $10,000 and something else went out to subcontractors. He also said that he has a question to answer. I'm taking it's in the 12th sitting. And part of that evidence is the contract he said he has from the FSC. What I'm going to ask the Premier is to, or even the clerk, is to furnish this House the hands-on report as to what the member for the 8th district said on the time that we had a debate on how much he made, and then we will wait for the question to be answered so the Premier can lay before this honorable House his evidence. So I'm going to humbly and politely ask the Premier to move off of that for now.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make it clear. I in no way disputing what I said. What I did is went to get the actual information for the record to ensure that the record is correct
we will just
in
go back
terms
to
of the
the
actual information.
we will
So I
go
want
back
to
to
make
the
that clear
report.
for the record to the public.
The official records of this House is a hands-on report. So we will go back to the hands-on report about the figure that you named, and we will wait for the question to be answered. So every member will have the contract that shows the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was not a matter of trying to make the public see anything. What I'm saying is that it shows us that as time passed, we have evolved on how to do these motions. And we can only continue to get better, because in those times, Mr. Speaker, when the motion was done in those times, they never brought the amount. Now, when you read these motions, like for example, Mr. Speaker, you read the motion and you will see, Mr. Speaker, that in this motion we are here with Honorable Smith has been more than gracious, be very explicit by saying he made $1,980.24. Mr. Speaker, the motion back then with the leader of the opposition asking for exemption did not have the amount. That's all I'm saying. We're maturing in that way. Had it had the amount, we won't be having this discussion that we are having here now. But we can see, though, that there's a discrepancy with the amount, because taking out the 141,000, if we take that out, you know, the records show there was a different amount stated all the time. Even today, we got two amounts from the leader of the opposition. So, but what I'm saying, for records of the House, it is good to have these amounts in. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the timing of when the leader opposition was hired versus when he declared, Mr. Speaker. But the records would dictate that. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the member, obviously, in terms of timing, didn't do anything wrong. I said that when I was in the opposition, you know. It wasn't me, as Shaggy said, who was at the member with that. He knows the member who was there at it. And we recognize that different persons different attorneys are interpreting this one law differently. But the point that I was trying to get at, or the next point I was trying to get at, is the same thing that the Minister of Health said. At no time did anybody who come to the House to seek exemption came for a business that they did not have before they got elected. It was always something germane to what they got elected owning when they became elected officials. You have Mr. Warner Malone, his was dealing a time with a case where persons had needed legal assistance. And he didn't want to take up government money until he come in here and clear his legal company. But he couldn't do that if he wasn't a lawyer with legal business practice. Thank you. He couldn't do it. He didn't show up and become a lawyer and sleep at a Holiday Inn and wake up as a lawyer and come to the house and look for the exemption. Yeah, the Honorable Dr. Vincent Scaliff, when he came, and Dr. Smith, they were working in the hospital. And they came, they didn't just wake up and become doctors, it was within their profession. And also other payments from government that they wanted to clear themselves with. Honorable Marlon Penn, when he came to do the exemption that he saw that he received from this house was because of his computer skills and software, and he went and he bought Virgin. Was part of the team that bought Virgin. And we're talking about Virgin, the system up by FSC. You know, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, he only come because at that time I remember clearly there was a piece of land that government needed to lease, and I think he didn't do it for any major money, but he just wanted to clear the record. At that time, rest him soul. And then you have Honorable Smith who has come to clear where he is in security in sound system. Who in the world doesn't know that Honorable Smith is in this? And the first time Honorable Smith came into the house to clear this was to make sure Festival, who has been renting his sound system from the time Big Ben clock was a watch. And all he wanted to do, he wasn't asked to do it, you know. He brought those in to make sure that there was no controversy, which there ended up to be controversy. No, I love, when I hear the opposition speak, I like the difference in opinion. But the only two times I did not hear them get up and say something is wrong with this law is when the two came for Honorable Vanterpool. Every other time they got up, it was something either being done incorrectly. So what else could it be but politics? At least now, Honorable Vanterpool himself get up and he said how he interprets these laws and what he supports or what he doesn't. So at least he spoke as straight as could be, not going on any side. But I support Honorable Vanterpool then because I brought a motion. Not because I brought a motion, because the House have to decide. So I could bring a motion and give it to the House. Because the motion usually can't get through the House, especially if it's financial, get to the House without the Minister of Finance bring it. But if the House votes it down, what can I do as Minister of Finance? I can't do anything because the House voted it down. But the fact of the matter is that we cannot make it seem that these persons came to do something, as the Minister of Health rightfully said, in fields that they just got into since they got elected, and there's opportunities and they went for them. And got new trade licenses and never ever never ever was involved in the business, like when I said in the COI to like the UK with the PPE. They never said anything with health yet in their life, but they became PPE suppliers in the UK. So at the end of the day, I do not see any member from 2009 to now who came to request for the declaration of their interests in anything dealing with government, came in here to do something that you could say, wait, this one definitely looks, this one definitely raises some red flags. And I commend Honorable Smith for coming forward to take whatever heat has to be taken so that he can clear his whole slate in areas where some of them that obviously slipped him. No ill intended. He didn't receive them through any means that's illegal. I didn't even recognize, because I don't deal with those things. They would have been drawn to my attention in the past, and I don't even remember them, I'll put it that way. But whatever the rules are, we have to uphold the rules. But let's not make the people feel that something out of the extraordinary is happening with these rules. We have to be careful with that. I hear a lot of the nice talk and the opposition talking about working for the people and doing this and doing that. We know what's happening on the street, man. Come on. It's good to come in here and speak nice. We know that on the street, some things are being said to get after our political throats in ways that are not factual. But it sounds juicy in his it had things running with it. We know some of the things that are being generated through politics around here. We didn't come here eating our school fee. We in this a while too. You know, we know the leader of opposition said that he's not going to speak about the COI, and I hear some guy turn on the radio and hear the leader of opposition speaking on his radio show, which I tuned in, and just in time to hear him say that they should not give it out to a rapist. It should not even come to cabinet. But now he came in here to the house and he said, well, he's not going to speak on the COI. Will he do it in a bigger audience? I don't understand it. I heard that. I was listening. I listened and I said, well, look at that. That thing is not true. We did not do that. But I can't blame him at that time because how he came across at the time through that entity that brought it through. The whole place, I believe, the social media was on fire. Again, you have to take your time and wait for 2 or 3 weeks because the truth, the light turned off so fast. It went around the world twice before truth wake up and put his boots on to start to get around. And the light turned off, like I said, the light turned off at speed. What we did with the belongings and giving persons of that nature belongings. It turned off at speed. Some people even, right now, although I'm here saying it, believe it, and there's nothing you could tell them would make them believe otherwise, although it's not true. Because they know the beauty of these things on how to maneuver things that sound good. Psychologists, brainiacs or whatever when it comes to that, and yet they get up and they say that we are masters of it. Hell, friend. No, man. So I don't know how they could say it's not a tick for tack and they want to tack and we mustn't it. No, it can't work. We have to clear up certain things too because it's very important. You know what kind of things go out there and people believe and could cause people to be misguided and cause people to rile up and do different things, whether to go after persons wrongfully or strike or do many things because of persons know how to manipulate it in different quarters. We understand what's happening here, Mr. Speaker. We're not illusionists. We understand. You know, we too old of a cat to be fooled by a kitten. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed too when I heard the opposition get up there. They said it's not with the public officers, it's just the elected officials, and that it comes towards leadership. Well, my friend, who's the leader of the public service? So if this ain't politics, what it is? Yes, I love my people and everything, but the Constitution limits certain areas. So don't make people feel that we in control of the public service like that. It isn't so. Yes, we have certain duties to do, but the Constitution is clear who's what and what is what. When people tell me that we ain't paying them for their masters, I tell them, how could we pay for your masters when the public service system doesn't have a system in it to be paid for when you improve your educational qualifications? That's why we encourage to have this salary review and job description and HR audit and the transformation, to have it done and to have it done jointly so that we can keep our end for all people. That's why we're doing these things now. But it isn't we have to wait on the entities who in charge of the public service to move ahead with these areas, and we'll keep an eye on it for the people and put no 2 cents and allow our people to come to the table. You never heard a person say yet that listen, these salary scales or the problems that I have on the job that I need to go and file an official complaint to the requisite authorities, whether it be PS or CEO or HR or deputy governor or the governor. Everything comes right back to the elected official, although the Constitution says clearly who it must be. And I'm going to tell you, some of these things you see happening in some of the service of poor management. Most of the people in the public service are very good, but there's some poor management in certain areas. And rather than dealing with the areas where there are poor management, you know what happens? They don't get rid of nobody, especially if it isn't somebody especially if it's somebody that, close to them. They don't get rid of them. They come to the budget and ask you for a new post. So they rack up the department in terms of numbers by not disciplining or even training or seeing how to deal with a person that's not working. That's how this thing has grown, the recurrent tremendously over the years for the most part. So I'm glad that we have this here and that we will bring the record to clear up the leader of the opposition. I know that he's attentively listening. There's a teachers' meeting now, and I understand that he's logged on there to keep an eye on the minister. So he's not paying that much attention here, but we will let the minister do his work and then come afterward to see what's happening with the teachers. That's what I mean, a lot of things going on. But that's his job. Keep an eye out. Wants to see where we're going wrong, to put a little screw here and there and call it a help. But with God's help, we're going to get through. We're going to get through. And this thing long, I understand what's happening. We're going to get through. And I hope while you're there listening, we find a way for us to get it put together in the right way and stop playing politics with the education system. I went on, log on, I see you right there. Oh no? Okay. All right. Since you ain't log on, then we have the wrong person. There's an imposter in town. It is an imposter in the town if you ain't log on there. So, okay.
Order, Premier, you're ready.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for putting me back on track. All I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that we support this motion. I thank all that has come forward. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not perfect as a people. We have a lot of growing to do. But I will never, ever join anyone to make people think that we have not made great strides and have a lot more to do. Mr. Speaker, when you look around this country, God has blessed us in this country. We have 119 or 20 or more nations in here. This country has been hope to a lot of people. The United Nations commend us for how we handle COVID-19. The only person that don't commend us for nothing we do in this country is the other half of the partnership. Everywhere in the world has commended us for what we do. But the other half of the partnership always see the area that seems to be wrong, like try to portray that we could do nothing right. Don't get me wrong, there are things we have to improve upon. And I welcome some of the areas that I see the COI point out that we have to improve upon, but not to the level where you're saying that we ain't doing nothing correct. And there's always something going wrong to cast aspersion on people's character. We've come a long way. We've come a long way and have done much, and I give credit to all the leaders before me, the Dr. D. Orlando Smith, the Ralph T. O'Neill, the H.L. Stout, and Honorable Willard Wheatley, and Honorable Sylvie Romney, and we could go on and on the list. I mean, it isn't too much of them, but they led, and each of them did a part in history to put us to the next level. And you go all the way back to Theodore Faulkner and all of what we had to fight to come to this level. So we have toiled to bring this country to where it is. And if there are laws that seems to be interpreted differently by different persons, we now know that there's an issue with this, and we now know what we need to do to go and get as clear as an interpretation as is possible during this era. Because our next era might come along, and our next interpretation come, although you go for as clear as interpretation, legal interpretation that you can get. So I thank the AG and all who have helped us to get to this point, and I so move for this motion, and I do support it.
Thank you. Honorable members, a second motion has been moved and seconded to exempt the Honorable Neville A. Smith from vacating his seat. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Okay, honorable members, it's now 8:30. We're going to take a 10 minutes recess, and we're going to come back probably to do one more motion, and then we'll adjourn until Monday. So the House is in 10 minutes, as in 10 minutes recess. This House now stands in recess.